say what's wrong or right.
No.
It's not hard to fool me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
Yes.
Yeah. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say
No.
where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. It's not a problem,
No.
'cause I know what I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah, and nothing can stop me,
No.
'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Yeah.
I love that. Love that song. Love that beat. I'm telling you, I can't get enough of it. Just like I can't get enough of being on these live streams with you all. Love Crossing Borders family, as well as talking about the topics that we love to talk about. Tonight, we got some great topics going on tonight. Those topics. First topic we're going to discuss is real estate. Purchasing property. We're going to give you the basics. So we're not going to go into great details, but we're going to give you at least the basic foundations of what expected of you when it comes to purchasing property here in Colombia. We're going to look at some properties from different areas in Colombia, so you get a chance to see what a little bit of Cartagena looks like from the listing, a little bit of Cali, and a little bit of Medellin. Bogota, hey, it's cold. Nobody's buying property there. So, but at the end of the day, shout out to Bogota. But at the end of the day, we know it's Friday night and it is drink in hand. Drink in hand. I'm just enjoying a couple of glasses, a couple of bottles of wine. So if I got 2 bottles, so you already know it's going to be on tonight. Second topic tonight, guys, I'm going to have Kings and Dreams on a little later. And we're going to discuss the difference between, not slight debate about the difference between the red pill community and the SYSMB community, which is Save Yourself Black Man community. There is the red pill community, and there is the Save Yourself Black Man community that have come up over the last few years as well. And we're going to talk about what the difference is, which one is which. Kings and Dreams says that he's more red pill, and I say I'm more of the Morpheus, which is the Save Yourself Black Man community. But before we get started talking about that, my name is Andre of Love Crossing Borders, Mostly Money TV, Andrea Wallace TV, Travel Unraveled TV. So we got a lot more channels coming along down the turnpike as well. We appreciate you guys. Those that support the channel with the super chats, as well as the cash apps and the PayPal. We appreciate you too. Definitely. I just finished going over to coming back from Gail, the Southern Belle, Gail at Night. Make sure you subscribe to her channel. That is Gail at Night. She finally got monetized this week. And so she's having a celebration as well in regards to her monetization. So she's doing great, great things. And we want to continue to support each other in this community. So let's get started. First of all, nothing starts in any live streams without giving the shout outs. Without giving the shout outs. It's not a live stream if you don't have the live stream queen Felicia in the building. Hello, everyone throughout her kingdom. All right. Thank you, Felicia. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for moderating for us. It is not the same without you. All right. Yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Definitely. We got Don Omar in the building. Come on now. We got to have Don. It's just not the same. It's just not the same, especially here in Colombia. We got 20 people here. Make sure you click that like button because I already know that Felicia's going to be reminding you guys, wipe your feet off before you come in. We got Alex in the building. Appreciate you, brother. We got Victory here too. Oh, it's going to be a good show now. We got Victory in the building. Without Victory, it ain't popping like it should be popping. Charles in the building. Thank you for being here, Charles, and moderating. Dropping in to say hello to everyone here. Going to have to catch the replay. Y'all be easy. Good night. That was smooth, Charles. I like how you did it. Smooth. All right. We got Vinny Hustle in the building. Peace, Vinny. We appreciate you being here, brother. I like that name. Vinny Hustle. Kings and Dreams will be joining us in a bit. Getting a drink ready as well. Because, yeah, we're going to have a good discussion with Kings tonight. Global Paper Brazil. I ain't got to look at Global Papers yet. Because I already know that it says models and bottles in Brazil or die. See what I'm saying? He's the only one. That's right. There we go. Investments or die. That's definite. This is that time to get those investments up, guys. Believe you me. Got to get those investments up. My boy EMB 90 in the building. First topic relevant to me. Looking forward to a place in Pereira. Love Pereira area. It is a very nice, quiet, relaxed country region where you can get a nice piece of land, nice piece of property in that area. We're going to be talking about the topic, starting the topic in a few moments, but definitely you want to check out Pereira. We got to have a people's coach in the building. What's up, people's coach? We appreciate you, man, for being here. Flyboy Wade, come up, man. Listen. That's the real estate man right here. I need to shut this off and let this man come on, man. That's the real estate man right there. But we're going to be talking about just some basics here in regards to purchasing real estate here in Colombia. Laying you down the groundworks in regards to property in Colombia. First of all, like I mentioned before, we're going to lay the groundworks, first of all, of the basics. It's not going to go into details. I'm not going to talk about who your realtor should be and who they shouldn't be, but we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We're not going to talk about what city is best for you. That's up to you. But we are going to talk about some basic things in Colombia that you should know if you're going to be purchasing real estate here. And let's get started with that. When it comes to purchasing real estate in Colombia, basically all you need, first of all, as an expat is your passport. Most people don't realize that. I think there's going to take more than that. Don't think I forgot about the cologne of the week either. Some of you dudes still be coming down here funky. So yeah, I still got the cologne of the week sitting right here. Yeah, cologne of the week. But first thing you want to make sure that you have is a copy of your passport. I know we take that for granted, but yeah, you want to make sure you have your passport. Second thing you got to realize when it comes to purchasing property as an expat, there is no loans as far as you've been able to get a loan in this country in Colombia. You may be able to get a loan in the States and use that money to purchase property over here, but you cannot get a loan as a person that's not a Colombian citizen. Why? Because you have no credit history. Just like they can't purchase property in the United States without some form of credit history being established, same thing it is here in Colombia as far as getting a loan from a Colombian bank or Colombian source. Now, there may be sources out there that you could use, but I haven't found any that an expat can actually use to get a loan and to purchase a piece of property here in Colombia. So the first thing you want to do now, guys, do me a favor. Let me know if you see me freezing at all. Let me go to our channel right now so I can follow along with you. because I'm gonna make sure that you guys get all this proper information. There we go. All right. Now, so the next thing in Colombia that you have to realize, there is no escrow. There is no escrow. You know how in the States, you put the money in escrow until everything is completed. It doesn't work like that here in Colombia. They will not be setting up an escrow. So anybody tell you, yeah, we need the money in advance, they're lying to you. They don't need the money in advance. They need the money or the check on closing, not in advance or in an escrow account. So do realize that here in Colombia. Now realize different laws or different rules are in different regions, but for the most part, from the people that I've spoken to, there is no escrow. So far we talked about is you only need your passport. Because you don't have a credit record or credit rating here in Colombia, you will not be able to get a loan from a Colombian bank. Now, we're going to get to that in a second in regards to the loan, but I'm going to move forward on that. For expats, if you want a loan to get a piece of property in Colombia, they're expecting you to put down for that piece of property. Let's say it's $100,000 piece of property, right? They're expecting you to put down at least, if you get a loan from a bank, that's if they dare to give you a loan, 30 to 40% down. So you're going to have to put down 30 to 40,000 just for them to even consider you walking into the party if you want to do a loan. If you get the loan, and that's if you get a loan here in Colombia, there's a 20-year mortgage, and it is on average 12%. 12% interest. Even after you put down $40,000 on a $100,000 piece of property. So realize it is far more better for you to get the money, already have the money coming from the States. Like I said, whether you get a bank loan from the States or whether you already have the money or whether you're saving the money, whatever it may be, or whatever is set up, but you will not be able to get a loan here in Colombia because you do not have a credit record, because you are not a resident here. Other countries may be different, but here in Colombia, it's not set up like that. So remember, if you're going to make a purchase here in Colombia, 9 times out of 10, you're going to need to come with that money. So let's get that part out of the way. The next thing when it comes to real estate in Colombia, there is no MLS listing. You know how you can go, how realtors go to the MLS listing and can tell you what the price of the houses are in the neighborhood. It can tell you basically what that price is. They don't have that here. No, they don't have that. There's no listing to look up. Therefore, you're going to have to make sure of that you do 3 things. These are very important. Make sure that you have a real estate agent that is used to working with expats. Make sure you have a real estate agent that's used to working with English speakers. And make sure you have a real estate agent from that region. In other words, do not get a real estate agent from Cartagena just because he speaks English and just because he works with expats, but you trying to buy a house in Medellin or an apartment in Medellin. Do not make that mistake. Make sure you get that realtor in that region. Make sure you get that realtor that works with expats and speaks and knows how to read and translate English, because realize this, you're going to get that contract initially in Spanish, and you want it also translated in English. But if you have a realtor that knows nothing about contract negotiations in English and Spanish, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. So you don't want to make that mistake in regards to when it comes to purchasing property in Colombia, whether it be Cartagena, whether it be Bogota, whether it be Cali, whether it be Medellin, whatever area, Pareda, Manizales, Armenia. Realize A, that you will not be able to get a loan. B, make sure you have the correct realtor. And also the next thing that you want to do is when it comes to appraisal of the home, you want to get something that is called, let me make sure I got it correct. You want to make sure get something that is called, I have it right down here in my notes. Oh, here it is. It is the due diligence report. You know how we have an inspection of the property in the States? Well, in Colombia, it's called the due diligence report. It lets you know if their house has been in foreclosure, if there's a lien on the house, any damages to that house in the past. Also, realize this about Colombia, and many of you guys probably can attest to this. And I'm going to go to the comment section in a second. Colombians, they have property that goes down from generation to generation to generation, even if they've renovated it. And a lot of times, more than one person owns that property. So you might be buying it from Auntie Maria. Auntie Maria is not telling you that she's got 4 other siblings that actually has the right to that property. And so here you go, you're signing off paperwork, you're giving a check to this woman, and you don't even realize she has 4 other siblings. So when you think that you own the property, you don't own anything. That's where the due diligence report comes in, that your realtor or at least your appraiser needs to make sure that they get for you to know what's going on. There may be some bank liens on that piece of property that you don't know about. Now, of course, if it's a brand new apartment building, you don't have to worry about that part, because 9 times out of 10, nobody owns any of the buildings. I mean, any of the apartments yet. But if it's not a brand new building, do realize, ladies and gentlemen, that you want to make sure that you get that report. Let's go to what Global Paper has to say. He says, Andre, if I was buying some property in Colombia, is Andrea available to us? Yes, she is. She actually, that's what she does. She does contracts negotiations in English and in Spanish and translates. So that's what Andrea does. And she's done that for a few people since they've come back and forth here. To translate for me, yes. If so, what is the fee on average? It depends on what she's doing for you. For example, she has a different fee that she charges a person for visas that she charges for a person helping them out with real estate. And so it depends on, it depends on, because she's got to be there with you during your closing. She's got to go through your contracts. So you're going to have to make sure, if you have Andrea comes out to somewhere outside of Cali, and I'm just saying what she's already said, that you have to make sure that she has lodging and flyer out there. But do realize, if you're talking about flying somebody out in Colombia, you ain't spending no money. What's $60? So it ain't like you flying somebody to the other side of a major country, right? And I don't say a real country, but a major country. So when Andre says fly me out and put me up in a room for a couple of days, you ain't spending no money. You're spending like what, $150 to make sure that the person who is the negotiator for you, it can read your contracts for you. You fly them out, make sure they got something to eat, and make sure that they got a place to stay for a couple of days. You only spend like $150, $160 on top of whatever fee she may charge. That's a deal and a half. So I don't know what she charges in regards to that. I know she does. She's been doing it for years. She actually did ours for our apartment. So that's great what she does in regards to that. But she negotiates with a person in regards to that. I don't overstep her boundaries in regards to what she would charge and things like that. But she does help people out with that. That's one thing I can attest to. And she is thorough. Y'all see Andrea. It's kind of funny. You all see the fun Mrs. Spence, Andrea, the Andrea Wallace on TV. And I know a lot of you wonder, like, hi, Andrea, how's your last name Spence and Andrea is Wallace? Because in Spanish, many of you already know this, you keep your father's last name even though you're going to get married. So her name is officially, it's Andrea Wallace Spence. So, but she keeps the Wallace because it's easier for people that know her to relate to her and communicate with her via social media. But what she does, she definitely reaches out to a lot of individuals and makes sure that she actually assists a lot of individuals in regards to the legalities of relocating to Colombia. So reach out to Andrea. You guys got our emails and everything. And Felicia, if you don't mind, or Charles, when you get a chance, put our email in the comments section. But definitely in regards to that, she helps you out tremendously. She's good. I mean, she saved me money all the time. But what I want to say is Andrea has such a serious side that you guys never see. That business side is, she made me feel bad because, I'm still fun-loving Dre. Not Andrea. She just turns like Miss Professional, Miss Corporate America. Like she got a suit and just I'm like totally different person, man. I kid you not. So when I say you got somebody that's on your team that really is a professional in what she does, yeah, Andrea Wallace Spence is really good at what she does. That I can attest to. She kind of blows me away with it because I'm still not used to it, and I'm married to her. For a private consultation with Andre, yes, guys, if you want a consultation in regards to relocating to Colombia and or a consultation regarding your YouTube channels, because I just did a consultation with a brother with his YouTube channels. I break everything down into 3 parts. Your first part is when you first set everything up, or when you set everything up, we just take your YouTube channel, break it down like a 57 Chevy, break down all the parts, look at what's going on. Then secondly, what we do is we talk about your editing or your creation of the product. What is your link? What is your thumbnail? What are you using to make your thumbnails? What do your thumbnails look like? So we talk about that. Thirdly, we talk about the post and the marketing and branding of your brand, how you spread your brand. For example, I'm gonna give you guys one quick tip. Those of you that are YouTubers, you ever see Gail at Night or Chantel Simmons, or you see Zoom to Thailand, Richie Mack. You see these individuals that always put the link in the description of a super chat and say, hey, if anybody want to come on board and talk about this topic, go. Every time. You're introducing your channel to a new audience because your channel title is going to be at the bottom. And so people are going to, it will amaze you how many people know me from Zoom to Thailand. Like, what? Man, I've been around longer than Zoom. People know me from Ace. What? I've been around for the longest. I was year 1 Ace. People know me from Tech TV, the Tech Show, or people know me from, hey, Andre, I'm reaching out to you. I saw you on Dennis Sperling. All those people reach out to you, and you will see the growth of your brand or your exposure on YouTube. So that's one tip. Take advantage of it. That's why you see Kings and Dreams everywhere. He like furniture, man. The man is everywhere, because that's why you see shout out to Big Boss. You always see Big Boss everywhere. Why? Because they're expanding their brand, their exposure on YouTube, getting new audiences everywhere. So make sure you take advantage. And that's a free tip that I'm giving right there. So that's just a moment of what we do during the consultations. But if you're looking to relocate to Colombia, any part of Colombia, we do a consultation, an hour consultation and or a 2-hour consultation where we sit down and we discuss everything from the real estate to the business to the visas to what are you looking for. I even talk about the ladies. You know, what are you looking for in the ladies? What are the best areas for you to go to meet women? And it's not just talking about just walking down the street meeting a woman. I'm talking about there's some organizations and groups and things that you can go to and social media spots that you can actually go to meet some really, really good women. And if you're off, for example, if you're off into a certain sport, for example, if you like to bowl, they've got bowling alleys in Colombia. I don't know why you guys don't bowl. I really don't want to see why you don't take dates on bowls go bowling, because every city got a bowling alley. If you're looking to meet people that's in the bowling, there are groups out there that do that. If you're into rolling skating, if you're into a particular golf, tennis, fishing, there are groups there are some good women in these groups that are looking to meet some good guys. And the same thing with the ladies. There's some good men in these groups that look to meet some good guys and good women. And so you take advantage of the things that others aren't taking advantage of. It's easy to walk into a club. Anybody can do that. Anybody can walk into a club, but think about it. Even in the States, we have a saying, very few people meet their significant other in the club. Nobody meets their long-term girlfriend or wife in a club. What? Not on the regular. So if it doesn't work like that in the States, it won't work like that here. So make sure that those are part of the things that we talk about during the consultation. So we got a lot of things that we talk about. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Like I mentioned before, you want to have that due diligence report. It is very vital. If the person that you're doing that's your realtor is not doing that, it could be a world of trouble for you. So remember, that is like an inspection or a report, just like we do in the States, to make sure that there's no liens, no damage, nothing that's going on that happened in the past regards to that property. And like I said, it is very, very common in Colombia for someone to have several family members that own that one property and they don't tell you about it. Let's go back to, like we talked about the list. You're going to need an appraiser, a lawyer, and your agent. So you're going to need somebody to appraise that property to see, okay, what's going on with this property. Also, you're going to need a lawyer, of course, or somebody that can negotiate or do the paperwork or make sure everything is done correctly for your paperwork. The next one is the agent. Here's the kicker in Colombia. Check it out. Technically, in Colombia, there is no real estate agent license. I talked about this before. There is no real estate agent's license where you go to school and you pass this exam and now you're a realtor. Doesn't work like that here in Colombia. Jose walking down the street, if he got the hookup on an apartment that you like, not his apartment, he just knows some people. He know a guy to know a guy. And you buy that apartment and the deal goes through like a regular deal. Guess who gets the closing? Who gets the commission? Jose that was walking down the street. That's how it is in Colombia. Anybody walking down the street can sell you a piece of property if they the hookup person. Anybody. Now, you don't want to do that, of course, but it's crazy how it's set up like that down here. Like, so they ain't got no license. It's just, you just got to go by the person that has been doing this for years. You got to go by the trust of the brand. Me personally, I'm like more of like a Century 21 Remax type of guy, Realtor.com type of guy. The reason why, because I know that a lot of these realtors that work with them are more stable, and the company has a reputation that's been established for years to having the best type of realtors. We know Century 21 from around the world. We know Remax from around the world, and they are not going to allow their brand to be tarnished by any fly-by-night realtor in any country. And so I like to work with those that I know that have a background of the type of companies I work with in the States. And now, if somebody knows somebody who they purchase a piece of property from, of course, that's cool. Another way to find a good realtor is Facebook groups. Think about it. You've got the face, and I know a lot of people that got connections through Facebook groups in regards to, you got the expats in Medellin Facebook group, 3,000 people. They all hang out together and they got connections. We've got 200 down here and they got connections. Soon as I went in and joined the group, there was a guy, an older guy that I met. I said, "What do you do?" He said, "I sell real estate." I met 5 realtors just in our 200, just the first day I was there, just here in Cali, Colombia, our 200 expat group. So if our 200, and I just met 5 realtors on the first day, had cards and everything, how much more of an opportunity in the expat groups that meet up, the Facebook WhatsApp groups, because they meet up once a week everywhere throughout the city of Medellin or Cartagena, that you can meet people that are really have a background in doing this. And every one person that I met was English speakers and people that knew what they were doing. I kid you not. Even I met people that could help me out with visa, even though Andrea had already taken care of everything. But it was amazing how I was meeting people that could even help me with a visa if I needed it. So make sure that you reach out to groups, organizations. There is real estate organizations and groups in Colombia. So don't just think that, I gotta go to Facebook. No, there are groups out here as well, so you can find the correct realtor. YouTube, there are a lot of realtors that guys have worked with and have done videos on, whether it was Ace, whether it was how young couple, how to expat, that was on YouTube. They had realtors, so you can reach out to some of those realtors that you saw on some of those YouTube videos as well, that you're like, okay, cool, okay, let me see what this person is all about. So there are ways for you to meet, whether it be directly through the company, like I said, Remax and Century 21, they're here, or whether it be reaching out through meeting people, meet and greets of the expat groups in each city, or word of mouth. But do realize here in Colombia, there is no technical, you went to school and now you are a realtor. it's not set up like that. There is no real estate license, just like there's no multi-level listing or MLS. My bad. Okay, Jermaine in the building. Appreciate you, brother. Oh yeah. Oh, Rich in here. What's up, Rich? I just left Gail's, man. Just left Gail's live stream, man. Celebrating with her, man. I'm so proud of her. Yeah. They trying to steal my what? Oh, they try Coach Dre. they try to take your publishing rights of the Coach Dre title. I like that one, man. What's up, Keith in the building? Kings and Dreams, thank you for the super chats. Thank you guys for man. If you guys, this knowledge tonight is worthy of you guys taking care of the family. So thank you for the super chat and all you guys that are gonna be putting this. You do not want me to pause and have my money world girl jump up. So shout out for y'all, you guys that are gonna be supporting the channel with the super chats. We appreciate that. Oh yeah. Thanks, Kings. Okay, so let's get back to what we were talking about. So in regards to when you're buying real estate and you can't get the loan in Colombia, because in Colombia, check it out. This is how Colombia works. The only way you can get that loan that I was telling you about, that's like the 20-year mortgage for 12% interest rate, and you got to put 40% down, 30 to 40% down. If you have proof of income in Colombia, if you have good credit record in Colombia, if you have a certain that $30,000 to $40,000 already in a Colombian bank, then they might give you a loan. So in other words, you're going to have to get the loan or have the money already in another country. Yeah, brothers, get them super chats up, man. What y'all do? Oh yeah, y'all think I'm playing. Okay, here we go. Y'all told y'all, see, y'all gonna be looking like, why did Andre play the money world girl? Why? Okay, so the next we're going to talk about is when it comes to real estate. Like I already mentioned, all you basically need is your passport. There is no escrow in Colombia, so don't let nobody trick you into saying it's escrow. Make sure that you have an inspection on the property. That's what your either your attorney, your appraiser, or your agent is for. Remember, like I mentioned before, you're going to have what's called the due diligence report on that property. I'm telling you, because you're going to have to ask yourself this: do I want to buy a new apartment, or do I want to buy a new house, or do I want to buy a fixer-upper? I give you a perfect example, man. You guys know our neighborhood is a really nice neighborhood. We're in Strata 5. There's 6 stratas or 6 zones. We're in Strata 6, Strata 5, which is one of the nicest ones. And right next door to us, not next door to us, 2 doors down, there was an abandoned house, right? And you look like, man, that house, man, listen. I don't know who bought that house about a month ago. They hooked that house up, so I mean they're not done, but so far that house look like it's straight out of LA, straight out of Miami. It looks, that house 2 houses down look like it should be on a beachfront property. My point is, and it made me think like, should we buy a fixer-upper? Because you know it's not going to be expensive as it is in the States. You buy a nice house in a nice neighborhood for $20,000, and you throw another 30 off into it your way, or an apartment that's in a decent area, nice area of town, and the apartment is like, oh, it's decent, and you take it and you buy it for like 35, 40, and you throw another 20 off in that apartment. So you might want to ask yourself in regards to fixer-uppers, is that an option for you? Because they're available. They're definitely available. There are homes here that are that went in foreclosure with banks, just like what banks have foreclosures in the States, they have them here. You go to a bank and say, hey, y'all got any properties that y'all trying to get rid of? And there are people that will show you what's popping. And you'll be able to buy a fixer up. And like I said, that house, I never saw that coming. I never saw, because I'm looking at that house like, yeah, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like nothing I would buy. But my man saw the HGTV DIY vision of that home, and he has really taken that home to a whole nother level. Now, this neighborhood got nice homes in general, but that home has just, nobody lived in it. It was just abandoned for so long. And now, what? So you might want to take that in consideration as well, because a lot of people do that back home, fixer-uppers. You can do that down here, even if you want to fixer-upper and sell it. So let's talk about the cities. Let's talk about the areas, in other words, because as you well know, Colombia is broken down into 5 areas or 5 cities or 5 zones. So at the end of the day, and I want to give a shout out to these brothers real quick. Thank you, Victory, for the super chat, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. I hope you guys are appreciating this information as well. And if you guys have extra questions, also email me. Let me scroll down. Shout out to Keith. I appreciate that, brother. In such a way. Oh, yeah. You can have let's see what the brother just said. He said you can get a nice apartment less than 100. Yep. 100,000 to 150,000. I kid you not, in most of Colombia, let's be honest. In most of Colombia, if you walk into the party at 70,000, you can find you something really good. I've seen dudes like in Cartagena. I'm gonna tell you some new buildings in Cartagena. If you walk into the party with 30 to 60,000, you can get you a nice piece of property. It'll be a 2-bedroom, but I'm telling you, you'll have a beach. You'll have a view on the beach for about 50,000. You like what? Brand new buildings. We're not talking about the classic Cartagena side with the clock tower. I'm talking about the part on the other side that look like Miami. Yeah. So don't think that you have to come with the 100,000, not 100,000. Oh man, you living like a czar now. You living like a guru now. 100,000, 150,000. We're gonna look at some properties in a second, and we're gonna show you what 100,000 could get you in some of these, even 150,000 can get you in some of these cities which we're talking about. So I'm gonna look at some of those. We're gonna look at some of those properties in a second. But shout out to you guys for supporting the channel. We appreciate that. Let me scroll down. We got Mo in the building. Great information, right on time. Yes, especially because a lot of you guys are coming down here. I'm gonna tell you why it's such a good time to purchase real estate in Colombia compared to the United States. United States, all the corporations gobbled up everything. Remember that? In San Francisco, you can't buy nothing no more. You can't buy nothing no more in Atlanta. You can't buy nothing no more in Tampa. You can always buy something in Tampa. No corporations have come, and when people went bankrupt, shut them down. You see Atlanta, they're supposed to be passing a bill, have already passed a bill to get rid of Airbnbs in Atlanta. You know how many houses are going to go up for sale because people can't afford to keep that Airbnb? If Atlanta passes that bill to what it says, most places going to lose 90% of the Airbnbs in Atlanta are going to be gone. So here come the corporations saying, hey, I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Compared to Colombia, a lot of these are either new properties, like new buildings, because the company is expanding, or what's going on is individuals are basically taking advantage of the fact that there were times were tight during the pandemic. And just because a lot of people have bounced back in the States, a lot of people haven't bounced back in Colombia. And all they got left is that piece of property. And they can't afford the taxes on it. And so here you come. Hey, listen, I'll buy that property from you. And so this is an excellent, excellent time to buy property in South America in general. I kid you not. It really is. They have not bounced back. And realize also, another thing that makes it such a great time. Not only the pandemic, now this dang inflation. You think inflation is hitting the States. Think about it. You got inflation coming, higher gas prices, higher food price, higher everything, and all you make is $450 a month. That's what the average Colombian makes. You trying to pay your mortgage on a piece of property that your family has had for the last decade. Mom passed on, God bless mom, but you're still paying off the mortgage. And inflation hits in Colombia, and you only make $450 a month. So a lot of people are ready to sell off their property also because of that. So when we sit back and say it is a great time in South America to buy property, you got Argentina. Argentina is the next Venezuela. Their inflation is so high. Venezuelan inflation used to be actually 13,000% inflation, the highest inflation in world history. It is now at 2,000%. The average inflation rate when it's high in the United States, think about it. Right now, United States is at 8.9% inflation, and we're crying. Could you imagine your inflation at 2,000%? And now Argentina is crossing that threshold where Venezuela is. Man, I'm talking about in South America, you can get the bang for your buck, bruh. Believe you me, there's some properties out here. Let's take a look at some properties right now, guys. Let me move this out of the way. Shout out to you guys that have donated to the channel, because I guess you say I'm not trying to see that money world girl, not Andres. So let's take a look at some properties. We're going to start in Cartagena. I'm going to share this screen with you guys. Give me a second to get all this pulled up, because I want you guys to see some of the properties. It's easy for me to say one thing, but some of you guys that haven't been to Colombia or any parts of South America yet, I want to make sure that you guys get a chance to actually see what some of these properties are that we talk about quite often as well. So let me get this pulled up for us. Share screen. There we go. Let's start off with Cartagena. And let me move me out the way. All right. You guys see that? So we're in Cartagena. We're going to look at one of the pieces of property real quick. Now, this property that we're going to be looking at real quick, and it's got a long listing, and I made sure I put them in US dollars. Let's take a look at this beachfront right here, 182, right? And of course, you negotiate it down. Let's look at this apartment here. Got the nice pool. Now, this is an apartment, 182. It's got the grill in the background. It's got the great view. Look at that view right there, guys, right off the beach. Not right off the beach, but right off the ocean. Now, I'm not sure if it comes furnished or not, but that'll be your view from the apartment. Watching that sunset and sunrise. And this apartment comes, let's take a quick look. It is 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 111 meters square on the 12th floor in Cartagena. Not too bad for a person that may be 1 or 2 people. So we're looking at some of the bedrooms. Of course, you're not going to squeeze 3 beds off in there, but you know Colombians. You got your parking garage. You got a jacuzzi. And this the cool thing about Cartagena also. You have apartments, you got your gym, You have apartments like this that you can get for 70, 80,000 as well, or even just 100,000. So don't just think that in Cartagena that, oh wow, I don't have the type of money in the States, so I definitely don't have the type of money in Cartagena. There's some places in Cartagena that are just like this that are going for 30. I kid you not. Don't sit back and make the mistake of thinking that since I can't afford this one. Okay, there we go, guys. Thank you for your patience. You know how the Wi-Fi can get sometimes. So let's look at another apartment here in Cartagena. Let me move me out of the way. Look at another apartment here in Cartagena. Now that we're officially back, I'll scroll down. Let's go. This one is 102. So let's take a look at that one. In Cartagena, got a little beach area right there. That's the apartment right there. And these are 8 feet. These are the same size that we have in our apartment here. Like literally on the other side of in this studio, we have those same. Actually, those about. I'm looking up now. They're about 8 feet, about 8 feet tall. Those particular closets. And so you get a chance to have a great view. Now, of course, you don't have to have that same type of furniture. Of course, be a visionary. Let you see your kitchen. So those that's another one in Cartagena. Let's go back and look at one more in Cartagena. And this is the region right here, of course. Let's go down to, let's get past the one. Let's look at this 75. Let's see what you can get for 75 in Cartagena. Let's take a look. Not bad. Let's go back for a second. That was a little roomy. That wasn't too bad. Nice little roomy spot. Not bad. You know, if you don't like the checker tile, you can change it. I'm not a checker tile person, so we could change that. Nice size bedrooms. This is a, let's see, this is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 94 square meters. So I don't know how that is in feet. Comes with the AC in one of the bedrooms. And so that's basically what you're seeing for 75 in Cartagena. And for 77, this is a new apartment building. For 77, this is what you get in Cartagena. Not too bad. Got your showers. Those the same type of showers we got. Now, I like an open concept. I don't like the kitchen that's separated from the rest of the apartment because I like to be able to converse with everybody. Okay. I don't know what that area is, but like they said, it's a brand new building. Oh, you got is that a sauna or is it a tub? And that's the view from that particular building. So that is 70. That right there is going for 77,980. 89 in Cartagena. All right. Yeah, you definitely want to also measure the size in meters squared, definitely. Okay, there we go. Now you get the chance to see how many square feet it is. So it was 94 square feet. You're looking at 900 plus, 905 or 950 square feet. Thanks for that information. Yeah, great places. Really great place. I'm glad you're taking notes, Vinny. Yeah, really great places, really great prices. There we got one of our YouTube brothers. He did a video. I'm going to pull that video up. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to play a part of it. Hey, hello guys. Give me a second. And this is my boy Bonjour. He's a YouTuber, really cool dude. Really cool dude. I got to get him on here to interview. I just emailed him a second ago. Let me turn this volume up because I want you guys to really hear this. Let me share the screen with you all because I want you to see. And this is in Cartagena. This is an apartment building, brand new apartment building that he's talking about in Cartagena. Screen share. Let me get all this set up. There we go. So I'm going to show you guys this video real quick. Let me. Take the rest. Can you guys hear it now? Beautiful building. I'll go back. Let me. I'll bring it. I'll bring it back. And fourth floor to the 30th floor is 30,000. From the first floor to the fourth floor in Cartagena, Colombia. This apartment is an awesome buy. It's 30. Can you hear it now? Oh, from the fourth floor to the 30th floor is 30,000. From the first floor to the fourth floor is 27,000. This is a beautiful apartment in Cartagena with views that are breathless. I'm bringing you this video because a lot of people reached out to me and they want to see more apartment complex and they want to know the procedures and the paperwork. So I said, you know what, let me create another video and bring you this great apartment in Cartagena, Newport apartment. 30,000. This building that I'm getting is it's 3 floors. Is the third building. It'll be completed in 2023. What you can do is put 30% down, which 30,000, 30% is 3,000, and then you pay the rest. 3,000 down. Beautiful building, sleep nice. That's a lot of amenities. And the HOA, get this, the HOA is $30. $30 a month HOA. And HOA is $30 a month. That's not bad, free parking. Now, as you can see, you got the beachfront for 30,000. Not beachfront, but the ocean view for 30,000. Little beach house area for the kids to play, enjoy themselves. Of course, you can switch the beds out if you want to. Okay, I don't know what that part is, but hey, he gave you.
If you don't know, this is Newport Apartments right here.
Shout out to Blade Runner, Michael, Jermaine,
right here.
Ivan.
This is Boca Grande, and this is the clock. This is the tower right here. So you are 20 minutes. If you're here in Newport Apartments, you're 20 minutes from the beach here. You're 20 minutes from the beach this way, and everything is around here. You have beautiful views of the beach here, and the view that you're gonna have is of the city light on this side. This is the clock. This is the clock tower right up here. Right after you finish here, the clock tower is over here. Let me go.
Oh, she comes with the place. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, right. Even I'm with that.
So I just wanted to give you a view of exactly where you were at. This is the Newport Apartments. This is Boca Grande right here. Boca Grande is right there. Newport Towers right here, right down the street. Boom.
What's up, Kenny? Oh, they got looks like they got the tennis court on the rooftop. All right, that's the name of the Newport Apartments. And as you can tell, they're still doing the construction. Like he said, it won't be done until 2023. All right, Kenny, I appreciate you being here, brother. So that's in a nice area, really nice area. Oh, the building will be finishing. The third building will be finishing this year. Oh, I see how they're doing it. And they're building the buildings just like they do here in Cali. There's a few buildings that's going up in some really nice areas with some great views here in Cali like that. So, yeah, I see that. Nice drone shot. And like you see I think it's like the basketball court or the tennis court is up top too. Yeah. Yeah, that is crazy how Miami does have that look of, Cartagena has the old classic side, Cartagena, then it's that Miami side that looks like it's straight out of Miami. You got the floor plan.
Now, guys, I usually wouldn't do this, but I need to tell you about this little issue that we have with this. As you can see, my cursor's right here. This is Boca Grande. So there is an issue that I need to tell you real quick before I even start. If you go right here to the bottom, press this button right here. Come right here. And we're going to go right into it. If you go all the way into the street where we're at, go right into the street. This is the street. Unfortunately, I don't know, this is the place where you will go and put your deposit and everything else. This Newport apartment right here. This is the number. Now, if you go this side, not even a block away, I just want you to see this, which is a travesty. I don't know how this happened, but this right here is an adult 24-hour place called Paraíso Marino, right outside of your place of where you live. This is called Paraíso, 24 hours, open 24 hours, Paraíso Marino. So I want to know exactly what Paraíso Marino was. So what I did, I went to Google and I looked it up. So I'm going to go to Google, walk you through it. Let's pause and look. Here comes Paraíso Marino. Who could have thought? This is, it says the only 24 hours in Cartagena. And this is Paraíso Marino.
Okay, right down the street from where you stay.
Know that if you do get this apartment, there is a 24 hours. And I know that will break your heart because you are not into this. I just want to make sure that you guys knew that this is there. And you don't have to go there. You can take the other side and go the other way. Because I know nobody's into stuff like this. The numbers right here and everything else.
Of course you're not into pay for play.
So now, if you do go the other way, if you want to eat and want to enjoy yourself, there is a Olympia right down the street.
Oh, the grocery store is down the street.
There's a college. There's a lot of things. There's some eateries here. But right here, there's an Olympia right on the street.
Oh, you good. You good. $30,000 and you got a grocery store right down the street. And for those of you that do the pay for play, right down the block. You don't even got to go to the clock tower no more. The Olympia grocery store. Okay, there you go.
Now, Olympia is like the CVS, your drugstore. You get everything from there. So, but what I'm trying to let you know is everything's accessible and everything's around. So, if you want to avoid that other place, you can make a left and go to Olympia. There's an Éxito, and there's a whole other place on the other side. There's a college. So, there are things for you to do. So, I'm just trying to give you some advice, you know, if it's wanted or not. So, that's up to you. But there's a lot of things you can do. You can go and eat right down the street. There's restaurants. So it's a good area to be. But this is Branjour. I hope you enjoyed this.
All right, Branjour, my boy. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. He's a good man. Good dude. All right. And I just wanted to let you guys see a little bit of what's available out there. You see how he said 30,000 to open up doors for you. And you see how he was able to, let me get rid of this screen share or this, let me get rid of the screen share real quick. But you see how he was able to just showcase also what's around that area. So you guys get a chance to see what's around it. But that's how most of Colombia actually is. You know, that's how most of Colombia actually is. So let me make sure I got this taken care of. Let's get rid of this. Bam, there we go. Okay. So that's how much of Colombia actually is when it comes to real estate. You can find places that will give you a bang for your buck. Now, if you want to pay $50,000, $200,000, I know guys that are paying $200,000, $300,000 for a place, they can do that. But we're going to talk to Kings in a second once he gets a chance to come on. I know King's a little busy right now, but he's going to be coming on and he's going to be talking about his apartment in Medellin. So he's going to talk about all the steps that he took and things that he learned and tips that he might have in regards to those that are interested in Medellin. So realize, guys, like I mentioned, all 5 regions are different. So before Kings comes on, or whenever he gets ready to come on, Kings, do not be answering questions. Yeah, wait till you get on. Oh, you getting on now? Okay, cool. But before Kings comes on, remember, Colombia is breaking down into 5 regions. The coffee region, which is Manizales, Pareda, Armenia. College towns, farm areas, fincas, small towns in that area. You got Medellin, which is the Antioquia area and all that's around it, all those little small cities around it. So in Medellin, you have Parque, you have El Poblado, you have Laureles, you have all those areas that's Envigado, all those areas that are around Medellin. Medellin is actually a large city that's made up of really small areas or small cities. Not, I want to say cities, but small areas. That's what Medellin, even though it's a valley, Now, as far as the weather, Medellin is the city that's called the city of eternal spring because it's spring year round. So you're going to get a little bit of rain, but you're going to get a nice bit of cool weather to where you don't even need your AC at night, things like that. So that's what Medellin is. You already know the Medellin nightlife. You know a lot of you have already heard or already been to Medellin, so you already know what it's all about. Now, mind you, when it comes to Medellin, you have to be ready to expect tourists everywhere you go. So if you're into that, or if you're at least willing to move to a section where there's not as many tourists, you really enjoy being in Medellin. And of course, it's got 2 airports. Medellin is one of the few cities in Colombia, if not mistaken, the only major city in Colombia that has a subway system, the train that runs back and forth throughout the city. The only city that has the subway system. Bogota is supposed to be building theirs in the next up and coming years. Let's talk about Cartagena. Cartagena is, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago. You've got Cartagena 2 hours away, Barranquilla 2 hours away, Santa Marta. They all on the same freeway. It's like driving from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona. It's one straight ride, straight shot. And so you realize that when it comes to those 3 areas, you're going to be dealing with the heat. And from everybody that I've spoken to, when you own a place in Cartagena, expect that heat to be on you. Another thing about Cartagena, in certain areas, Cartagena floods. Yes, Cartagena drainage system is horrible. So when it rains, yeah, yeah, it rains. So in Cartagena, you got to take that in consideration when it comes to if you're going to have a car or if you're not going to have a car. If you don't have a car, you should be good. You shouldn't have to worry about that. But that heat and that humidity, it's waiting for you. That's why I like visiting Cartagena, but I couldn't live there. But for those that enjoy living there, I've heard some great things about living in Cartagena too, including the place that we were just talking about. Because if you think about it, you buy an Airbnb, you buy an apartment for $30,000, and you're still living in the States, you can Airbnb in that thing out year round until you come back. You can make so much Airbnb money off of a $30,000 apartment, 2-bedroom with a nice view, whether it be the city. Think about it. If you're on the city side, you're looking directly at the old clock tower. So you get historical view. If you're on the ocean side, you get a good view. So either way, you're getting a good view. All right, we got my man Kings. Shout out to Kenny.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother? My man. Looking good today, brother. You're looking good.
Trying to, man, trying to.
You got your business take care of with little man?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I like to hear that. Fatherless.
How
That's
it
right.
goes, man.
Fathering comes first, man. All right, we were talking about, as you've been following, we were talking about real estate, and we were talking about purchasing of real estate, and then we're at the point of where we're talking about Medellin. And Kenny, we're going to go back to your statement because your statement is absolutely and I've never been able to pronounce. Andrea just got back from there. That's the crazy part. Bucha Kamar Manga. I have not been able to pronounce it correctly.
That is
Buka
Abuka
Moran.
Abuka Amanga.
I know.
Abuka
It's
Amanga. I think it's
it's
like
one of the few small
Bucaramanga,
cities I haven't been yet. And this is the crazy part. In that city, it is I do know this, it is considered one of the safest cities in Colombia. B, it is considered one of the most middle class, high class cities in Colombia. C, it actually has the record for the largest statue of Christ in all of South America, even larger than
Really?
the one in Rio.
Really?
They built it to break the record.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's a place I need to go.
Yeah, Andrea just got back, and her and her they did a ladies trip, and they actually went there, and Andrea got photos of going to the statue. I was like, man, yeah. Tell us about your experience with real estate and people that are buying real estate, or any tips that you may have when it comes to Medellin.
Right. Well, the first thing that I would say is that depending on your situation, I can only speak about mine. So
Right.
for my situation, I have a young son. Andre knows me off camera in real life.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that I have a young son. He's 8 years old. I have to be here in the matrix, the states, whatever you guys want to call it. And so what I wanted to do was to dip my hand, if you will, in the water and rent an apartment as opposed to owning it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was that I was going to Medellin a lot. I met my lady there. No, she's not a pay for play. She is a legit woman, has her own job, doesn't ask me for anything. I know it's hard to believe, but that is
In
the truth.
Medellin.
She doesn't ask me for anything. No, 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 no. But but it's so serious because the thing about it is that you would not believe how many quote unquote Western Union poppies or what's another thing, MoneyGram or whatever the case is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Mm-hmm.
would not believe PayPal, you will not believe there's a lot of us out there. There is a lot of us out there, you know. And I'll touch base on that on the second part of the conversation. But
Right, right,
this is
right.
what I will yeah. This is what I will say now. So again, as I mentioned, right? Like it was it was the connections that I had, me going out there and me making friends with the locals, finding out okay, which person is, you know, a good person to find an apartment because as you mentioned, they don't have real estate licenses. It's really about who you know, who you trust, and who you can connect with. If you cannot connect with the right people, you're gonna get, pardon my language, a ishy result. I didn't want to say the S word, but you
Right,
know what
right,
I mean.
right.
Right. So what I did was for me is that due to the fact that I was coming down there a lot, I was very interested in my lady. I connected with locals. She connected me with locals. And that's how I was able to get my apartment in Medellin. And initially I didn't want to own. I wanted to rent, test the waters out, see how it was going. So when I went down there, actually when I saw you for a couple of days, and then I
Mm-hmm.
went to Medellin, I had an opportunity to where I was gonna re up for another 6 months, or I was gonna get another apartment. I decided to re up for another 6 months, so I still have my apartment until May of 2023. What I'm looking to do in May of 2023 is I am actually looking to actually own a property.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to EMB, I think it's EMB 90. Yeah. So
Yeah,
shout out to
NB.
him. Yeah, because he was talking about the price range, and I was talking to him and within the chat. So like for Medellin, at least the area where I want to be in, because there's different areas. I prefer Poblado because I'm a New York City guy. I like hearing the noise. I don't mind the noise. I like
I'm
the
with you.
action.
I'm with you.
You know what I mean? New York City, you either love it or you hate it. That's just that. So it's like if you are not really willing to be within the action, then my guy Vinny Hustle, man, salute. But yeah, if you're not willing to be within the action, then don't be in Poblado. If you like privacy, but you like upscale, go to Envigado. If you like being with the locals and kind of upscale-ish locals, Laurelis. You know, wow.
I'm
See
with
what I
Vinny. I'm
mean?
a Lorellas man.
And I'm just
Whenever we go,
yeah,
I
but
love
but but
Lorellas.
Yeah.
I love
See,
because it does have that local feel. You're right.
right, exactly. No, and like the thing about it is that like I had no idea Vinny Hustle was gonna say Laurellis. So we speaking the same language. But yeah, exactly. You just honestly you just really want to find like you want to connect with the locals. That's the most important thing. You want to connect with the locals and find that right area and locals that are trustworthy. Locals that are
Hmm.
not on some scumbag type of nonsense. Locals that are really on the up and up and they really want to help you and look out for your best interest. As you mentioned, right? If you're closing on a house, fly Andre out,
Hmm.
and they should fly you out too. Like it's not that big of a deal.
It's not.
If you got to spend $200 to close, it's not that big of a deal. You get a room and board for a day or so, get breakfast or lunch. It's not that big of a deal.
Not.
It's really not because I know when I do move out there permanently, you know, and I'm probably going. Well, I'm probably going. I don't want to say anything yet, but I'm going to lean on you, Andre, to
Right.
figure out what it is that I want to do. I
And
have an
and I,
idea of what I want to do, but I have no problem flying you out if
right.
need be.
I like what how you put it and how I put it earlier. It is so inexpensive to fly somebody around. I give you a perfect example. I met a guy a few last year. This brother flies to Cali from Medellin to get his haircut because he used to live in Cali. His favorite barber here,
Hmm.
so he just flies out here. Barber price is next to this. The crazy part is the price of his ticket is the same price that he was paying for his haircut in New York.
I was
The
going to
whole
say,
haircut. The
oh,
price for his flight to fly to Cali just to get his haircut is the
oh,
same price that he was paying for the actual haircut in New York. So he like, man, why not fly out, fly back to where I used to live at one point in time? He said, I come back to Cali, I get my nails and my haircut, and I fly back the same day.
right, exactly, dude. Can I tell you? I got my son haircut about a month
Hmm.
ago.
Hmm.
Without tip, it was $40 for my son's haircut. This isn't mine. My son's haircut wasn't like he had like long growing dreads or braids. That was it. Just shave a little bit off the sides,
Right, right.
half off the top. You good. He was done in 15 minutes. I said, wow. I said, oh, this is an ill lick. I said, this is a lick. I need to be a barber. Man.
Sometimes I think about, man, if I could, I'm spoiled. I used to sit back and watch YouTube channels of other people that lived in Colombia, and I wasn't living here yet.
Hmm.
I had just traveled and visited a couple times, so I wasn't spoiled yet. And then one guy he said when I came back to the States, and he said the first thing that hit me, we stopped off in Miami and got something to eat off the plane. And this guy had money, he wasn't broke, he wasn't a broke brother. And he was like, man, I was so not used to US prices. He said it kind of took me. It's like another language. He said it's like you go to another country, learn a whole new language, and then you come back to United States and like, yeah, that'll be $80. Like what? $80?
Right.
And
Right.
so I liked how one thing I can say that you mentioned, King. And I'm going to go to Vinny's comment in the section, guys. And I heard this on Life with David. Who's in Medellin. He did a video on why not to buy a piece of property in Colombia. And he said,
Mm.
first of all, just like you said, take your time. A lot of people come to Colombia, they go to one area instead of just kind of like looking around the city and see what works best for them. And then once they buy in that one area, they're like, oh man, I should have bought it over here.
Right.
And I even watched Ace video of a guy that he interviewed that bought a piece of property. He said, "Man, I'm glad I like my place." He said, "But I wish I had bought it on the other side, because once I finally discovered the other side, which was like 5 blocks away, the same type of apartment was going for $5,000 to $10,000 less, 5 blocks away in the same environment." So
Mhm.
you're absolutely correct. Take your time and rent. Nothing wrong with renting. This one guy that they was interviewing, he says, "I'm not buying property because," he says, "Medellin is putting up so many buildings so often." He said, "I could actually move into a new building every 3 to 5, no, he said every 2 to 5 years in Medellin if I wanted to."
That's
He
a fact.
says, he said, "That's why I'm not putting any money down right now." This is an older dude. He said, "I've been here for 12 years." He said, "In almost every 2 to 3 years, I move because there's a brand new building with a brand new gym." He said, "When I first came to Colombia, they didn't have gyms in the apartments." He said, "Now they got gyms." And he said, "I didn't have this many pools. Now is a pool is just a part of, some apartments." He said, "So
Yep.
now some of the things that are annoying," he said, "When I first came, it may be one room may have hot water, but the other room might not have hot water." He said, "Now hot water is the norm he said, so that's one of the reasons why," he said, "I'm taking my time to buy an apartment." He said, "I've been here 12 years." He said, "But Medellin is putting up so many he said, even location." He said, "I could be in a perfect apartment." He said, "Then all of a sudden they'll build an apartment building right by the train." He said, "Now I could catch the subway everywhere I want to go." He said, "So that's one of the reasons why I haven't bought an apartment." So what you said in regards to don't rush, take your time, is an excellent piece of advice.
Absolutely. And let me just kind of piggyback off of your statement where like people are in Medellin, the people are trying to really make it a metropolitan city. And for those of you guys who don't know me, and shout out to to those that do, but for those that don't know me, I'm born and raised in New York City. So I'm used to the hustle and bustle, and
Mm-hmm.
Medellin is starting to build that way towards that. I'm actually going to be dropping a video where I'm talking about my experience going to El Centro, and this was a video that I had when I went back to Medellin in like March. So like I'm kind of photo dumping because there's things that I've had in the phone, and I'm like, you know what? Like, why not drop this,
I'm the
dude?
same
I just
way.
dropped a video of Cancun, Mexico, and I was in Cancun, Mexico in 2021. I was with Flyboy. I got almost 300. I got almost 300 views on that, and I just dropped it like a few hours ago.
We went to Cancun after you and Flyboy because we used you guys' advice, because we watched Flyboy, and I hit up Flyboy on getting some tips from him. And then, like I
Yeah.
always say, what I love about Flyboy Fresh is content is this is Andre's hypothesis for, and I always tell Flyboy this, and I always say this on live streams. He wants you to get safely off the plane,
Hmm.
safely enjoy your journey, and safely make it back home. That's why he
Hmm.
tells you go here, don't go there. Enjoy this, but make sure you don't get involved in that. He always points you in some of the positive directions. So he didn't realize that, hey, your tips works for couples too. And that's what I want him to realize, that, hey, your tips work for couples too, because we could reach out to him and say, "Okay, Fly, I heard you, I saw you go here, or I saw you go there, I see you do this, I see you do that." And so when we went, we had such a great time based off of you guys uh videos. But here's the kicker: I'm yet to drop Andre and I Mexico videos. Man, we probably got at least 40 hours of Cancun, Playa, and Tulum videos. This is the crazy part.
Right.
You're looking
See?
like, okay,
Yeah.
we don't even look like those people anymore. Andrea's lost like 20. Even though Andrea wasn't big, she's toned up. I've changed completely. And so it's like,
Yeah.
okay, so you almost like you got to kind of like dance your way through it. but I feel where you
Right.
I feel where you're coming from, brother.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, absolutely, man, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and speaking of like consultations, and I'm gonna say this, man, reach out to Dre for a consultation. Like I know Dre personally, and if I'm reaching out to him for a consultation, this man knows what he's talking about. This man could probably give me a consultation for free, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to take the game for free because I know that he spends a lot of his time and effort into what he does. Compensate that man, especially people that look like me and you. Stop the BS. Pay up. Clip that.
I
Clip
appreciate
that.
that,
Clip
Kings.
that.
I
That
really
clip
appreciate that,
that. Make
man.
sure you clip that one.
I know I am. And the reason why I appreciate that, because I try to not only give the person the consultation and not disappear on them. A lot of times
Right.
people will give you the consultation and you'll never see that or speak to that person again.
Right. They
And you'll
kind of
see them. You might
they just kind
right.
of W. Yeah.
Right. I'm that person that, okay, we've done the consultation. Now, if you have any questions, you're in the WhatsApp, that's why I put dudes in the WhatsApp group for free after the consultation. So now they're talking to you and they're talking to this person, they're talking to that person, and all these connections they're making because of they were able to just get into the WhatsApp group. Now for those that want to get into the WhatsApp group, and it's only $25 to get in, but for the consultation it's free, is a part of it, because I want you to continue on getting information and knowledge, not just when we talked for an hour or 2 hours. The consultations, man, goodness gracious, man, now I feel like Kevin Samuels. I understand why he never got any sleep, because man, brothers, they've
Listen.
been I love it, but man, I kid you not, man, and I you know what I love the fact that Andre is so supportive of what we do for people, because we
Oh
like to see people,
man,
make a
man,
smoother
did you
transition
see?
home.
Yeah, man, did you see Andrea last night?
I know, right?
She was Team Red Pill last night.
Man,
We gonna
dude,
get
she
into it.
was.
We gonna get
I was,
into
hey, I'm looking at Andre like, hey, you supposed to be SYBM. She was all red pill. She was like, you could take this pill or you take that pill.
Yeah,
Now this
she
pill, we're
was
gonna see how far
RP
down the rabbit
aware
hole you
last
go.
night.
She
Woo! I
was
was like,
bringing it.
man, let's go. No,
I'm
I was
looking like,
excited. I
who
was
is it?
excited, man. It was an excellent live. But in all seriousness, no, I completely get what you're saying, because you have the information that you want to give to people. And the thing about it is that we want to help our people. We want to
Mm-hmm.
help people that are traveling. And, as you said, like SYSBM, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you want to help people that are trying to do that. And we just got to have people that are just really just willing to effing listen. Seriously.
But you know something? The people that reach out to me for consultation are the ones that were listening. I can
Mm,
say very thorough, very detailed. I still got a brother's consultation. I need to email them, because I record the consultations and I send out to them. Once I get done with this, that's gonna be my homework for the night. That's my homework for the night. I
yeah,
got to
that's
email that
cool.
brother his consultation. We did it last week.
That's cool. I mean, he knows that you'll get back to him. It's not like not
Oh
like
yeah,
you're
yeah.
trying to
I've talked
like
to him a couple
hurt.
times since then.
Yeah. Oh
Like
yeah.
I said, after the
Yeah.
consultation, I'll talk to everybody after the
Yeah.
consultation.
Yeah.
We
Dre.
good
Yeah.
then.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, off the record, Dre. I guess Dre's giving me consultations like every time we talk. And
We
it's
do
not like I'm
talk.
talking to it's not like I'm talking to Dre where we have like a 5 minute conversation. Like
No
I
man.
think I think the least that you and I are talking was probably this week, and it probably was like 15-20 minutes. But other than that, we talking for like 90 minutes, 2 hours, or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I
So
got three dudes that I'm like that with.
yeah,
You, uh, Kings and Dreams. I mean, Richie Mack, Zoom to Thailand, Ace, and my
TMD,
uncle. My uncle.
not even
Who else?
TMD. Taylor
Oh
May?
no, no. You know what? You know what? I talked to Taylor May. I mean, Taylor May's conversations are quick because Taylor May is father right now.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah. So he's
we
on
keep
dad
our
mode. Yeah.
conversations, but we still talk like for even if we just go back and forth in the WhatsApp conversing with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we still talk at least once or twice a week.
Nah, nah,
Once
nah,
or
that's
twice a
great,
week.
man. Shout
It's
out to
always
my
yeah.
brother TMD, man. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Taylor Made, but that's the Godfather. So that's definite, man. If it wasn't for Taylor Made Dreams, man, there would be no Andre over here. If it wasn't for Ace, it would be no Love Crossing Borders. If it wasn't for Taylor Made Dreams, Russ, shout out to him. There would I literally took his blueprint and used it in Colombia. I literally did.
Wow.
Outside of buying property, man, I sat back and right after the elections, man, of 2016 with Trump, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know. I started traveling. And then I came across Taylor Made Dream in DR.
Yeah.
And it was like an epiphany. It was like he was a prophet of travel for the black man. And everything he said, man, I literally was following him as much as I was following Les Brown, Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, Tony Robbins. I was what what's my man, Earl Nightingale, all the great motivational speakers. I was following Russ and following his journey. And I was like, I want that journey too. And
Yeah.
I realized that I didn't know where it was going to be. And then all of a sudden I hit Ace up where he was at 200 subscribers and I hit him up in his comment section and then he responded. And that's another reason why I try to be as thorough and as friendly and as open with guys when they come. Like it's like 2 or 3 guys that just flew down today. Like, hey Dre, I'm in town. Hey Dre, I'm in town. Hey Dre, I'm in town. I'm like, okay, let me catch up with everybody tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah,
No, no, absolutely. And for me it was Flyboy. Like I didn't realize, and and I'll just be transparent. I did take our friendship for granted in reference to the YouTube game. I didn't know how popular he was. I really didn't. Because all I knew was that was Flyboy. I went to high school. We played football together. That's my guy. We hang out, and I'm just like, all right, dude. Like, and he would always pull the camera out, and I'm like, why you always got to pull the camera out? But now I understand why, because it's the content,
man,
and
that's
and it
crazy.
right, and it was when we went to Festival of the Barranquilla. I met Jedi Drees. I met
Uh-huh.
Ace. I think you was there too.
We were there. We didn't get a chance to catch it with y'all dudes, man. Dave was
Yeah.
there. Dave from the Tech Show, he was there. It was a
No, I
bunch
think
of
I did
YouTubers
catch up
there.
with you though. I think I saw you there. I think I did.
I don't remember. You know what?
I'm not gonna hold you. I was finito.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Everybody
Yeah,
was.
yeah. This
Hey,
is
yeah.
yeah.
If
I
you
was
ever get a
I was
chance to go to the
finito, but
Barranquilla Festival, guys,
yeah, this is
in Barranquilla,
Barranquilla
Colombia,
Festival.
in
Yeah, this is
February.
2020, right before the pandemic and all that BS hit. But it was right before that. Man, let me tell you. Yeah, we had Jedi Drees, we had Ace Live, Andre Love Crossing Borders is in the building. Like, man, listen,
Everybody was
we
down
had
there.
the heavy hitters
Yeah,
in
all
the
the
building.
YouTubers came down at the
And I had
same
no
time.
idea. I had no idea how popular you guys was. I just was like, all right, like, and Fly hit me offline, and he would always tell me wherever he's going, right?
Right.
Always wherever he's going. This is my best friend. Okay, I'm going here. I'm going to Dubai. I'm going X, Y, and Z, whatever, right? So I had just got promoted at the company that I work for now. So the position that I have now, like I was like, you know what? My birthday's in February.
Uh-huh.
F it. Let's go. I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to pop bottles. I'm making like 200 grand a year. We lit. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Right. So yeah. So I seen you, Jedi, all of these guys, Ace Live. I'm like, all right, cool. But I had no idea. Once I got into the YouTube space, I was like, oh snap! Like these guys are like lit for real, because there would be dudes, right? So while we were there, there would be dudes, just, they was like, oh yo, you're Flyboy, and I'm like, okay, like how did like, and I would tell Flyboy like, at that time, I thought it was so minuscule. Now
Mhm.
that I'm educated, and I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
because when I'm in Medellin, I had a couple of people that pull up to me and say, "Yo, you're kings and dreams," and I'm like, "Damn, I feel it now."
I
And
know.
I'm not
I
even at
know.
500 subscribers yet.
Right.
Oh, by the way, subscribe to the channel. By the way,
Oh yeah, moderators, Felicia I know Charles is gone, but Felicia, could you do us a favor? Could you put Kings and Dreams uh channel into the chat so guys can subscribe who haven't already subscribed to the channel? We got 61 people in the live stream. Make sure we got 61 likes, guys. We appreciate that. When you click the like button, that allows other people to come into the live stream. When you don't do that, it doesn't invite other people. Just imagine if you just want to invite somebody or share. Well, that's what it does. Also, shout out to you. I did not forget about you, Facebook. I did not forget about you, Instagram. Shout out to you, Instagram. Shout out to you, Facebook. You are out there watching us live right now. We appreciate you just as much as YouTube does. So we appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah. So what you're saying is one of the first steps when it comes to buying a property is to take your time, not rush. And here's another one. We're gonna hit this tip when it comes to buying real estate in Colombia. Don't let her convince you. A lot of guys
mm,
don't have relationships with their women like you and I do. You have a long-term relationship to where she can make suggestions because she know it impacts her. So she already knows that that, hey babe, I know somebody, I know a guy who knows a guy type of thing.
mhm,
She could
mhm.
do that. Andrea is the same way. Hey babe, I know a guy that knows a guy. He sold my mama, he sold my grandmama, he sold that type of thing. But don't make the
Yeah,
mistake
but what does
of
that mean to you, though?
right. Don't Aisha.
Well, not
Don't.
you. But, so I was speaking through you, not to you.
No, no, no. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. And and you're absolutely correct. How they look out for us because they know that being in a relationship with us, in long-term relationships, it impacts them as well. So you can feel safe for that. But I
Mhm.
love when Taylor Made Dreams told the story. A guy reached out to him for consultation. Taylor Made Dreams said it was $300 for consultation, and the guy was like, "That's too much." He said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Because," he said, "Well, my girl told me." He said, "I'm telling you, your girl telling you wrong." He said, "Now
Mhm.
you can pay for my consultation, and I'll hook you up on what you can do, and I'll give you to the right people that can help you buy some real estate in DR." The guy, he's told this story a couple of times. The guy ignored him, went with the girl's suggestion, lost $6,000.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I'll say something. I'll say something, and hopefully, Richie Mack and TMD doesn't get offended. But I will say that I have no problem, even with me knowing all of you personally,
Mm-hmm.
saying that I want a consultation with each of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Pay the effing money. Stop playing games with your life. Because
Yeah.
the thing about it is that you try to cut corners, not saying you, but
No, right, right.
you try to cut corners, and you want to try to do this and that, and you think, oh, you listening to her. I'm not saying she's a bad woman. I don't know this woman. But the thing about it is that you need to be in charge of your own life as men. And I don't want to get too much into the RP, but this is something that like is very important. You need to be in charge of your own life. Stop playing games, man. You are a grown ASS man. Stop the BS.
Right. Right. So when it comes to you're absolutely correct. I've paid for consultation. So don't
Absolutely.
and I
Why
and I
not?
still pay. I still pay. So when guys sit back and think just because, well, Andre, you're down there doesn't mean anything. I try to make sure that I pay for the proper. I can't afford to lose out. I don't have the time to lose $6,000 and then try to recoup that. Or even if I have the money to lose, nobody wants to lose. Jay-Z doesn't want to lose 6,000 because of
No,
something that he did
absolutely
stupid.
not.
So
Absolutely not. Again, I know you personally. I know you offline. I would consider you one of my best friends. But
oh
am
yeah.
I not going to pay you for your time? Come on. If I can learn something from you, and you know, listen, mon- I am a capitalist.
So am
So
I. So
exactly, right, right. So if you can learn something from me, I'm gonna be like, hey, Dre, I rock with you. I'm gonna give you a discount, but I'm saying
mhm.
I'm gonna need a
Mhm.
little something.
Yep.
Cool, okay, bet. And in the same way, so
Yep.
why, man? Keep that same energy, man. Keep that same energy. You want to keep that same energy from that, from that female that's gonna have you be a simp and all that, and then you're gonna turn into a bitter beta male, and then you're gonna stay into your red pill rage, and you're gonna
Yep.
end up being, man. Listen, we're gonna get
You called
into
it.
it, but that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, you have to grow, and you have to be able to mature and understand what is going on with your life and taking charge of your life. If you are not taking charge of your life, you're just going to keep repeating and keep going into the wrong holes, the wrong rabbit holes.
All right. We got six. Felicia said we got 66 watching. We got 51 likes. Guys, get the likes
Yeah,
up.
click,
You know what
click
hey,
that like button.
get that likes up. Come on. I like you, like us too. We appreciate that you guys are doing that. We're gonna look at a few of apartments. Or actually we're gonna watch a video of Medellin, an apartment that was for sale or either is for sale in Medellin, just to give you guys an idea of. And this one is in the Laureles area.
Laetus. All
So
right,
give me a
cool.
second to get it all the screen share for you guys, so you guys will be able to see it as well as Kings and Dream and I. So let's take a second, set up the screen share. Because and I like doing this part of real estate because one of the reasons is not just because you guys let's say you don't have the money to purchase real estate, but you want to visit Colombia and you want to see what it actually looks like. One thing that I did,
Hmm.
Kings, is I sat back and I looked at videos, YouTube videos that had nothing to do with let me make sure I got this pulled up. Oh, there we go. That had nothing to do with the party scene, nothing. I remember my boy Richard's World. Richard was the first one that's
Yeah,
how I got turned on to Richard's World because he actually walked through El Poblado. I want to see what it looked. I want to see what the apartment buildings and the houses. Nobody on YouTube, because it was only 3 or 4 people in Colombia anyway, but nobody was showing Colombia.
right.
Nobody was showing Medellin. Just I want to see the apartments. I want to see the buildings. I want to see the streets. I want to see regular people. And all of a sudden, I saw Richard's World video, and I got a chance to. It made me feel more comfortable. So that's why we're doing this topic tonight. For those that's not even thinking about buying an apartment, but you've never seen what Colombia looks like, and what houses or apartments look like in Colombia. We want you to see that. So when you do get your passport and do your first trip to Colombia or your second trip to Colombia, but you decide you don't want to go to Medellin, you want to go to Cartagena or Cali, you get a chance to actually see this. So let's look at this video real quick. We're going to put us down in the corner. and we're gonna look at this video real
No
quick.
worries, man. No, I completely agree.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Hold on for a second, guys. I'm gonna push play right about now, and let me know if you can hear it.
I can hear it.
Okay, great. And of course, this is in Lorelis area.
Hi, I'm here at Segundo Parque Laureles and near Avenida Cultivara, and for many expats, this is the most desirable part of Laureles. Although El Poblado is Medellin's primary expat neighborhood, many foreigners are starting to prefer Laureles because it is quieter, less expensive, and easier to get around than Poblado. This is the restaurant district of Laureles. Believe it or not, within a 4-block radius of this park, there are over 50 restaurants. And I'm going to show you the nicest apartment for sale in this entire neighborhood. At 368 meters square in tall area, this house is absolutely massive.
Not bad walking in. Okay.
It's got more than 70 meters of party space, plenty of room for grilling,
Nice view.
and hosting friends. The views are great also. From the 4 different balconies, you can see all over the city. From here, you can see downtown Medellin. I want to highlight 6 things that really sets this place apart from others. Safe and fully functioning chimney. Electronic lifts built
A
in
chimney?
provide wood for access between the floors. And 2 separate stairways connecting the upstairs and downstairs.
See, I like that. I like the island. That's how our stove is in our apartment right now. The island stove. I love it. Oh, I kind of like that. That's kind of cool.
Oh, so it's kind of like modern looking.
Yeah. That we got the island stove just like that.
There you go.
Was your childhood dream to have a secret hiding space? One of the coolest things of this apartment is the ladder in the master bedroom closet, which leads to another room and hiding terrace. Let me show you. Shh, don't tell anybody.
See right there, that's what you would call the owner's closet. A guy was telling me about that. Oh, you go to the terrace. Oh, snap. That's not even the closet. That's the terrace. Oh. With the jacuzzi.
Spacious upper floor with plenty of space to work. The apartment includes 4 parking spaces, which can be used, rented, or sold.
Okay.
This apartment is also close by one of the most prestigious universities in the city, the UPB, which allows foreigners to study Spanish and acquire a student visa. This is truly one of a kind.
Oh, wow. You see what she said? The university allows you to get your student visa to be able to stay in the city or stay in the country with a student visa.
Really?
Yeah. The university that's right by there. All right, guys. I like that video. That was cool. Let me put that to the side, close that out. Bada bing, bada boom. Let me put us back up here to the top.
Yeah, man. I just want to give a quick shout out, especially to Felicia Jordan for sharing my page. Also, my man, Jermon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. He specifically said that my content is quote unquote fire.
It is. You did a great job.
Yeah. I mean, No, I appreciate that, but I'm just saying, like, I'm really humbled by that, man. The love that I'm getting, and I'm close to 500 subs. The grind doesn't stop, man. The grind
It
doesn't
does
stop,
not stop,
man.
bro.
Nope.
Yep. I was doing a consultation with a brother today. He's got 55 subscribers, and we're going to get him. Dude, I mean, his knowledge is of his topic, his niche is crazy. And I'm like, man, we
Mm,
got to get you. So I'm going to be working with him continually, on and off and on, continually keeping his channel growing. And he's going to be coming on board. He's ex-military brother. He knows a lot of knowledge about to help ex-military brothers become expats. And so he's going to be doing that. And so that's what his channel is all about. I'm going to be helping him get his channel growing. So he's going to be coming on here doing interviews, because there are a lot of ex-military,
that's
shout out to
great.
you brothers, that just don't know the steps to become an expat. You kind of like, would I lose my benefits? Are there any VA locations in Colombia? That actually are. And so we're going to start talking about that. He's going to be one of the professionals to help us out with that. Shout out to
Absolutely.
JM. I like that. He said, hey, love the channel. He said, so do you guys recommend paying cash in full for an apartment or getting a mortgage through a Colombian bank? Jay, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we talked about that a little bit earlier. Here in Colombia, unless you are a Colombian citizen and have established Colombian credit, if you are an expat, it is extremely hard to get a mortgage loan. So you're gonna have to bring the money from the States, whether you get a loan from the States and then you bring the money over here, or whatever it is. You're gonna bring, if you got an apartment that you're buying for 30,000, they recommend that you bring that 30,000 with you
Yep.
and put it in a Colombian bank, BBVA or whatever Colombian bank. Put it and have it waiting in a Colombian bank. The second reason why you don't want to use their bank, use a bank here, since you're not a citizen and you don't have a credit record, they automatically assume and say, listen, you're going to have to pay 40%
Mm-hmm.
down in many cases if you don't have. Now, remember in that video we just watched with the brother, with our brother was talking about in Cartagena, they telling you just put 10% down. Remember the $30,000 apartment, and they're telling you put 10% down. That apartment is a brand new apartment, and they have their own stipulations or their own rules, meaning that they haven't built the apartment yet. If you want that apartment and the building hasn't been built yet, put 10% down, which is 3,000. But then once the building is built and finished in 2023, they said it'll be done, part of it will be done in 2022, but in 2023, you need the other 27,000 cash. Now, if you're going into a building that's being built, that's one rule. But if you're going into a building that's already been built, you are going to they're going to ask you for at least 40% down, if not 30%. And then they're only going to give you a 20-year mortgage at a 12% on average interest rate.
Oh,
Thank
yikes.
you. That's higher than most credit cards.
You're
So
right.
so
I was
so
gonna
to sit,
say, yeah.
right. So to sit up there and pay all that money, you would be better off getting your money from your home country, whether it be the United States or anywhere else, UK, anywhere else, taking out a bank loan in your own country and using that bank loan approval to go ahead and buy you a piece of property in another country instead
Just
of
buy it outright. Just buy it
yeah.
outright, or you can use my module, depending on
Go
your
ahead.
situation. Depending on
Go
your
ahead.
situation, dip your feet in the water, kind of rent it out for 6 months, or re-up for a year, and then figure out what it is that you want to do. So it depends on what you want to do. But if you want to purchase something outright, upfront the money, don't even play any games.
Yep.
Because what's going to end up happening is that, and Dre spoke so eloquently about it. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off.
Go ahead.
Don't don't play yourself. That's it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
You're either in or you're out.
Yeah. That's one thing about being here in Colombia. Either you're sinking or you're swimming. You won't be able to slap the water. That doesn't go on in Colombia. Either you can swim or you
Right.
sinking. That's it. And
Right.
so Jay, when it comes to buying a piece of property, you won't be able to. It's just too much of a hassle to get the right bank to support you. It's too much of a hassle to put 30% down on a piece of property. For many of you guys, the bang for your buck would be finding a building that's brand new in that location, or that they're building, and they're saying, hey, if you put this certain amount down, this will be your apartment. But once the building is finished, you better have that. If it's a $50,000 building, they say 5,000, you better have that 45,000 once they're done, or you lose your 5,000. So realize that that is one of the ways in which you guys can do that. A lot of dudes do that by going by way of new buildings. They just say, hey, I don't have the 50,000 or 60,000 right now, but I can't come up with the 10%, the 6,000 or the 4,000 for a $40,000 apartment. So you want to ask yourself that. Then you want to ask yourself this: do you want a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom? If you plan on Airbnb-ing it out, if you got a 1-bedroom, it's rare. Gotta have it too. Absolutely correct, brother. That's where I was heading to. Go ahead, James. Let me know what you have to say about that.
So for me, my apartment is a 2-bedroom apartment, and so I have the master bedroom, which is a king size bed, and the other, also, wait a minute, king size bed, bathroom, private bathroom,
Right.
other bedroom, queen size bed, but also has a bathroom. So if you are traveling in with your friends or relatives, whatever, you have your bathroom, he or she has their own bathroom. I personally like my own privacy, because I typically like to shave. Well, I have to shave every day, every 2 days, and like I don't want to have to worry about like people coming in the bathroom after me. And
Right,
then
right, right.
also, yeah, and then also not only that, but I just like my own privacy.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your own bathroom there. So
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer, even if you're by yourself, but if you know you're gonna have friends or family that's gonna be coming down, get a 2-bedroom. If you're a solo traveler and you know you don't have anyone coming down, okay, cool, stick with the 1 bedroom. But if there's any inkling that you may have someone coming down, get that 2-bedroom just in case.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Uh, yeah, 40. I know that 40% is a beast. That's a beast.
Yeah,
That's a
it
beast.
is.
So yeah,
And they want it up front.
yes they do. Yes they do. And those are the that's if a bank is going to give you a loan. Now, for
Right.
those of you that weren't here before, there is one of the things that you want to have. These are some things that you need to have when it comes to real estate. Then we're going on the 2-hour mark in 2 minutes. That means we're going to change topics. That means we're going to do a small break, and we're going to change topics. Now, guys, do realize that when it comes to real estate in Colombia, first thing you want to make sure of that you have what's called make sure I get it right, a due diligence report. It's kind of like what we call our inspection. Due diligence reports, what they do is they let you know if there's a lien on the house, if there's a foreclosure from the bank on the house that you may not know about, or the apartment. If more than one person owns the apartment, the person that listed the house and is selling the house might not be the only person that owns the house. So you do not want to make the mistake. You're putting your money down, you're happy, and you bought it from this one person, and then a few months later, you're in court fighting for your property, fighting for your money, and you're in court in Colombia, and you're trying to fight Colombians on some property that you bought because you didn't find out by not getting the due diligence report that property was owned by 5 relatives, not one relative. So that's what that report does for you. So you want to make sure that you do that. Next thing is you want to make sure that the person that looks at your or creates your paperwork for you is somebody that is used to working with expats and they know English, meaning that if the realtor and the real estate company put together a contract, this person can translate it into English, or at least you can trust them to at least walk through the contract for you in regards to you understand that contract in English. In other words, if that contract can be written in Spanish and in English, you do not want to put your money down in regards to that. Remember that you want to be able to understand. And that's what Andre makes sure of. Andre made sure that the contract that we had, even for this apartment, was in Spanish and in English. So I knew what was going on. She didn't sit back and was like, all of a sudden it's just all Spanish, and so there's no problem. She made sure that it was Spanish and English. That's what you want to make sure of. The other thing that you want to make sure of when it comes to being here in Colombia, that it's the right city, because me and Kings talked about the right area of the city. Make sure that you are buying a place in the right city, because if you cannot take heat, you might not want to be in Cartagena. If you want beach, you might not want to be in Cali. If you not, like King says, if you're not a hustle and bustle person, you might want to be in Pareda or Armenia or Manizales, because the coffee region, because it's small town people, good heart. Dude, I'm tell you something. Don't sleep on the small towns when it comes to the ladies either. All the ladies that you kicking it with, all them pay for plays in Cartagena, Medellin, Cali, Bogota, all your finest, all your finest women that you can think, man, I went to Colombia and the finest woman, whoever she is, she came either from Armenia, Manizales, Pareda, Choco, or Buenaventura. The last two I named was all black areas. Believe you me, her roots go back to the small town. So when I talk about the small town women with this humble and sweet as bear meat, all that beauty that you see in Medellin and in Cartagena and Cali and Bogota, it comes from the small town women. So don't take them small towns for granted at all. And Manizales is I mentioned this before, is the college capital of Colombia. If you could say what state has the most college campuses in the United States, whether it be University of Alabama area or University of Alabama and Louisiana with the Ole Miss and all those colleges that are down in that region, which I think probably has the most major universities, those areas down there, or whether it be New York with all its major universities, or Chicago, that's what Manizales is in Colombia. The doctors, the attorneys, the businessmen, the politicians, all of them went to school in that small town. There are 5 major universities in the Manizales area. I got a partner that lives down there right now. The only thing he says is, Andre, I love it, but there is no party life. He said everything is centered around the college students focusing on their grades, and it's not that party like we're used to seeing with college students in the States. He says, so I have to leave Manizales to party like I want to. He says bars and restaurants here, but it's no really like clubs that I can go to meet women. So he comes to Cali, have his fun, and then he goes back to where he is. But that's why I said you have to make sure you know what region you want to be in. Because if it's not the region and you're not ready and you're sitting back like, I want to be like Kings and Dreams, and you're like, oh my God, I am not a hustle and bustle person. I'm a small town USA person. And so now you're trying to follow like Kings, and I'm big city like Kings. Andrea is a small town person. So we kind of like Cali is because Andrea calls it the only or the last big small town in Colombia. It's not as big as Medellin as far as the fame and the hustle and bustle. It's not Bogota. It's not the tourism or Cartagena or or betting Kia. It is just right. And plus the women's so fine, for real. So, and they really still got the humblest hearts. My man was telling me last night, he said, man, you got some fine women down here, and they are just so humble. He said, man, I try to approach women in Medellin, just approach. He said, it's not as easy. He said, no. He said, it's easier to approach in Medellin than it is in Cali. I say, you got to realize Cali aren't used to tourists. In Medellin are accustomed to everybody already being there from around the world. So they're accustomed to that. But we're about to get into the topic number 2. We're at 2 hours, 5 minutes. Shout out to Queen Felicia. We appreciate you guys for being here and sticking with us. We're about to go into topic number 2. I'm about to give us a small break. And then after this break, I'm letting you know we're about to get off into it.
Players straight up win. Players win. I've always been a player. And that don't mean a pimp player. That means I play the game. Look here, black men. We took an L in slavery. We've taken L's with our women. So what? Read your history. Plenty of other men better than you or me have lost throughout history. Suck that shit up. Have I ever been a pimp? Have I ever been a pimp player? Go check my videos. That's been well documented, of course. But the bottom line is this. Players win. Remember when Buffalo was playing Houston in the 92 AFC Championship? They were down 38-3 at halftime. Well, get the fuck off my channel, punk. Somebody get him out of here. Wulong Wong. Peace out. In the championship, yeah, adios. Don't come back. This ain't for you. In the championship, Houston was kicking Buffalo's butt. They were waxing them. The average the average whiner you see in the comment section, women are the enemy. We can't get ahead because of white supremacy and systematic, institutionalized racism. They would have packed it in and said, you know what? We lose. No, Buffalo came back out and found a way to win. Players find ways to win. That's the difference between a winner and a loser. A loser loses before the game is even over. A lot of you cats who are upset at women firing off in the comment section, talking crazy, you're a loser. You're a loser because the game isn't over. The game is your life. You ain't dead. You can do something.
Kevin said I've watched this many times, and Kevin said the difference between winners and losers, winners find a way to win. If you guys were in our house as a fly on the wall, the number one thing that you will hear in our house that Andre has picked up from me is this: we don't focus on problems, we focus on the solution. Everybody's going to have a problem. Everybody's going to have a challenge. Everybody's going to have a situation that you never expected. How are you going to solve your flat tire of life? We all have moments of flat tires of life. How are you going to solve that? And so when Kevin said that, the difference between winners and losers, winners find a way to get the tire repaired and get back on the road. They get back into the game. And so that's one of the major things that I picked up. And there's a couple other things, and I'm going to talk about that at another time, that I picked up from this video. But I just want you guys to know he's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. If you want to be a winner, it's not about the winning part. It's about the getting back up part and getting back into the game. The number 2 thing that he said, and he said this to ladies, he said, your life is not over. And it's amazing that this man was saying this. He said this video that I pulled up of Kevin, this was his first year of YouTubing. So he did this video maybe 6 years ago, not knowing that his last days was right around the corner 6 years later. And so for that brother to sit back and say, listen, it is not over. The journey of becoming a winner is not over until your last day. One of my favorite quotes of Dr. Cornell West. Dr. Cornell West says, all of us die in the middle of doing something. All of us die in the middle of doing something. Whether you were in the middle of buying your house, whether you were in the middle of raising your kids, whether you're in the middle of getting that promotion, whether you're in the middle of writing a book, whether you're in the middle of you know what, I was going to lose that extra 10 pounds, whether we're in the middle of volunteering doing something. We all die in the middle of something that we want to finish anyway. Stevie Wonder, he'll be in the middle of writing a song that's going to be the next hit, and all of a sudden, we want to announce, sadly, and I don't want to wish anything on Stevie, shout out to Stevie, but we all pass on in the middle of doing something. Anybody that's great, or at least trying to live life, pass on in the middle of doing something. But I don't want to harp on that. Oh no. Second half of the show is dedicated to those who are either on one side or on the other side. Some people are Morpheus. Some people are Neo. Which one are you? I had this discussion with a brother on Facebook, and it slipped my mind to bring him on, but I want to bring this discussion back up in a couple of weeks just so all three of us could talk about it. Let's go ahead and let you start. And I'm going to lay the foundation for the topic. Me and Kings have been talking about this topic for months, about there is the red pill community that's been around for a while, and the one that piggybacked off the red pill, but has been around for a while as well, is the SYSBM. Black man, save your own self, or save yourself, black man. That's what that stands for. And they believe in, now I'm going to let Kings define red pill and what they believe in, but SYS means that you are no longer distracted by, let's put it like this. See, I'm Morpheus too. You realized in advance. That's what my discussion with Kings is all the time. Because I'm like, I already saw this coming before my travels, before my final decision to get out of it. I already saw it like Morpheus did. I already was in it. I already realized that this is not going to work for me. I just didn't know how to get out of it. And then finally, my red pill moment was the passport, but I was already, black man, save yourself. I had already given up on trying to convince sisters I'm a good man, trying to convince the community don't be racist, trying to convince corporations, hey, you should take advantage of a brother like me. I already had gone through that journey of and realized that, you know what, this black man, you need to save your own self, black man. Save your own, SYSBM. Save yourself, black man. Now, that's what the definition of save yourself, black man, in my eyes. Let me let you go ahead with red pill.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, here's the thing. So, what red pill means, essentially, what it means is that understanding of men, self-worth, your mental, your spiritual, your financial, you're able to understand dating and hypergamy. Now, I know that when the connotation, when people hear red pill, they automatically assume that it has to go to dating. No, it does not have to go to dating. What it is about men and women being the best versions of themselves, right? One of the reasons why I would say, shout out to you, Dewan. Yeah, we go cook though. We
No
got
doubt.
some grease. But what are the reasons? What are the reasons why I would say that Andre, me knowing him outside of YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
in YouTube, why he is red pill aware is because of how he carries himself. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Andre did about 10 years in federal prison.
Yep.
He came back. Even before he came back, he knew he had a vision for his life for when he wanted to come back out on the streets.
True.
He was focused. He was driven. He pushed that narrative to himself, pushed that narrative. He came back out on the streets. You know, he was living in Florida at the time. Then he moved to, well, he was visiting Colombia. He met Andrea. He had a vision of what he wanted to do. He knew that he wanted to be serious with Andrea. And what I'm saying is that this is a man with a plan, right? If you listen to Andre, how he talks, he'll say, "Oh, I'll give you 5 reasons or 7 reasons or 4 reasons." And Andrea does the same thing.
Right.
There is a pattern here. And what I'm saying is, is that, shout out to Andre. I love Andre. That's my sister. But what I'm saying is that, like, structure is a part of being red pill aware. And see, the thing about it is that, society has it as, you hear the negative connotation of red pill is about men bashing women and all that. Yes,
Right.
there are some red pillers that do that. Yeah. But the thing about it is that, anywhere that you go or anything that you do in life, you're not always going to see the best side of things, right? Whether you're a sports fan, right? You know what I mean? Let's say you're a baseball fan, right? You got people that juice up on steroids. A wrestling fan, there's people that juice
Right.
up on steroids. A football fan, there's always somebody that's actually holding, and there should be flags on the play, but they don't get flags on the play. A
Like they did
basketball
my
player,
Raiders. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Like Cincinnati did my Raiders. Yeah. And they end up in the Super Bowl. I'm just put it out there. Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I'm sensitive.
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. But what I'm saying is that there's outliers everywhere. And what I'm saying is that, like, Dre has a structure of what he wants to do. And not to say like he's belittling Andre at all. I would never say that. But she follows his structure. How many men can say that your woman is following that structure? Because the thing about it is that I'm gonna rip the band-aid off and I'm gonna keep it real. Because the thing about it is that there's not many men that are red pill aware. Whether you want to aspire to be red pill or not, and you want to say you want to have a woman to follow you, but do you have your finances in order? But do you have your life in order? Do you have your mental health in order? Stop playing games. Men, stop playing games, man.
That's absolutely correct.
But get your shit together. If you don't have it together, then you should not be looking out for a woman, man. Stop it.
Now, here's my argument for us brethren. You notice I've
Oh man, I was about to cook up, bro.
Oh, go ahead, go finish off, brother.
Oh, I wasn't done.
Go ahead. Hey, I'm with you.
I wasn't done. Sorry, but I had one of my Andre moments. But what I'm saying is, like,
in the words of the Jackson 5, enjoy yourself for me.
Huh? What happened?
In the words of the Jackson 5, enjoy yourself for me.
Appreciate you.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, in all seriousness, is that if you don't have your stuff together, stop playing games, man. Stop trying to approach these women, and especially brothers who look like me, you, Dre. Me, you, and Dre. You know what I meant?
Right.
Myself and Dre. Like, don't stop that. We need to stop that. Yes, I understand, as men, we are hunters. We got to get it in, right? But stop sitting up there trying to say these, niceties to these ladies. Like, just be straight up and, be straight up in the front, or at least keep it casual. At a certain time, catching bodies is not that cool. It really isn't. I'm
Good
37
point.
years old. And Dre is 54 years old. And I can tell you this much. I enjoyed my time hanging out with Dre, and I wasn't thinking about catching bodies. I
We had
could
fun
have,
too.
but I wanted to absorb his energy and learn from him as a man. How can I be better as a man? You know, Dre told me he's a pescatarian, no longer eats meat. Okay, all right. How can I do that? How can I get my weight down? I believe that I'm a handsome man, but I know I need to lose weight. But it's cool. But I know that about myself.
That's how I was.
If
And
you
still am.
if you are not acknowledging yourself in the mirror, you are a BSer.
Well, I
Acknowledge
like how you
yourself in
put
the
that.
mirror. Don't play yourself, man.
And you know what? Well, I like how you put that, Kings, because that's what I did, and that I guess that's why I say that I'm such a SYSBM compared to red pill. Red pill is, and I looked up the definition. And I watched a few YouTube videos on the definition of red pill. You correct me if I'm wrong. Red pill are the guys that were locked in the matrix, thought that every I mean, think about the matrix itself tells you everything that you're supposed to think, everything that you're supposed to believe. You're sitting back and you just rolling with it. You rolling with the punches of the red pill. You're not questioning anything. Somebody tells you, don't go to Colombia because this, that, and the first thing family members say, you baby, you're gonna get kidnapped.
Mm.
You and I have been going to Colombia for how many times? I've been living here for 5 years. And so the matrix tells you
I
one
go there
thing,
8 times a year, but yeah.
right? The blue pill. And then
Wait,
here
the
comes
what?
the red pill of awareness
Oh, okay.
is right there.
I
You see
was
what I'm
like,
saying? The
you said
matrix
blue
tells you
pill.
one thing with the blue pill. You're constantly
Okay, gotcha.
swallowing the blue pill.
Yeah.
I sit back on Facebook and I watch men as well as women swallow that blue pill. And so all of a sudden, here come you red pill brothers. And you're like, listen, bruh, everything we're hearing is not true. It's not true. If you take this knowledge that I give you, this passport that I give you, the value of your American dollar, and you travel with it, you'll get a chance to see business opportunities. You get a chance to meet a whole new level. The level of black men and the respect and the understanding of black men and women that I have met since I have been traveling, you guys surpass 90% of the black people that I've met. And I could easily say that 90% of the black people that I've met in the United States could not compare to the respect, to the understanding, to the appreciation, to the grace, and to the assist the ability to assist each other that I have found in brothers and sisters that use their passports. I could go back to the States and I only got maybe 1 or 2 or 3 cool dudes that I could actually trust and deal with. Man, I leave the States and I meet a Kings and Dreams. I meet a Ace. I meet a Zoom to Thailand. I meet a Felicia. I meet a Gail. I meet all these sisters. I meet a D. All these sisters
No,
that
no, it's a fact.
because of not going back to say with the red pill, because I decided that I didn't want to take the blue pill anymore, and I decided that I wanted to take the red pill. But here's the discussion: There are those of us that knew about all the matrix was the matrix before there was a red pill and before there was a blue pill.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Morpheus dudes. That is the ones that's like, brother. I was see, here's the kicker. SYSBM. A lot of people think about, like you said, people think about red pill. They have an assumption with the red pill brothers, like, hey, you got something against the sisters. The reason why I say I was SYSBM even when I was incarcerated, what I was trying to do is pull up some of the photos my uncle just sent me. So I'm going to pull those photos up, let you guys see how I was back in the 90s, slender.
Oh, really? You about to?
I got the photo. Man, he blew me away with hair. I didn't even know these pictures existed. He sent me these pictures 3 days ago. He said, Dre, I don't know if you got these pictures, but let me send them to you. And he sent me these pictures. I was like, oh my, Andre has never seen me with hair. And so she's never seen me in a photo where I didn't smile. And so this is the first time Andre got a chance to actually see me not smiling in the photo and actually see me like super slender. So I'm going to pull, that's why I was doing my phone while you were talking. I'm going to pull them up so everybody can see.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good, man. I was kind of trolling you a little bit. No, but you mentioned you mentioned my fault.
I want you to hold your thoughts because I'm laying a foundation real quick. But don't forget your thoughts. That's important.
Okay, cool.
Because we talk about SYS and or the Red Pill brothers. I was SYSBM with men, and I learned it when I was incarcerated. See, I had to go my own way when everybody else was in jail and they was gambling. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to college. When everybody else was sitting back and they sit up there, let me get a zoom, but you can get 3 whams back. I'm reading books. Everybody's sitting up there and they're watching Sally Jesse Raphael. Now I'm gonna throw back on a bunch of head. Sally Jeffrey Raphael. They still watching Donahue before he ended. Donahue was around in the 90s. Just because you guys didn't know.
Throwback.
You know what I'm saying? They still sitting back watching Ricky Lake.
I'm gonna
go ahead here to this gym right here, get my body on track. I'm gonna go ahead go to this church and sit down and have some spiritual time. In other words, I was already save yourself, black man, while I was incarcerated. So when I left, it's easy for me to save myself from the matrix because I was saving myself back then.
Got you.
So I came out of incarceration as Morpheus. I didn't come out as Neo. I came out as Morpheus. Neo had discovered the red pill and he had a choice. I knew about it when I came out. Y'all still ripping and running the club and the party and this and that. I'm Morpheus. I already got the rims out here. I got the bald head at that time period. I'm like, listen, I've got a red pill.
All right. So
I can show you how far down this rabbit hole you can actually go. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So okay. So in all fairness, in all fairness, can I give some pushback here? And let me tell you why.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me tell you why. So again, me being 37, you being 54, you had the Morpheus, vibe for about 17 years.
Right.
So hear me. Black don't crack. So this is not a diss to Dre. So anybody that thinks that I'm trying to diss Dre, like Dre is one of my best friends. Like this is my man. No. So if you got smoke with him, you got smoke with me. And I'm that type. I'm with the shits. Anyway, but what I'm saying is in all seriousness, like, okay. Like the thing about it is that you had that foundation for 17 years. You had that format, right?
Right.
So it took people who's around my age range to get to that fact where it's like, accept the red pill. And then not only that, accept the stages of the red pill. Because see, the thing about it is I break it down in my earlier videos. and I break down the stages of the red pill. Because the first thing is, like, you understand that you have the red pill. Then you have red pill rage, where it's like you want to smash everything moving. And then
True.
revenge, revenge, a girl that might have broke your heart. You want to smash her friend or whatever, or anybody that's close to her. You want to take that. And then the acceptance. You understand that there is hypergamy. And as a man, there is no 50-50. And I mention this in the comments, and I always make sure that when I'm like in these chats, when people are
Uh-huh.
live, even if I'm not on the panel, I want to make sure that I'm being vocal, especially when it's a topic that I'm passionate about. And Dre will tell you, because Dre will send me the live link, and I'm like, yo, I'm already there, bro. Like, I'm already in the live. like I'm already talking. And the thing about it is that, like, hypergamy, as men, we need to know that hypergamy is there. It is not going away. So if
No.
you think that you are a man getting 50-50, not to say that it won't happen, it is highly unlikely it's going to happen. If you are a man that's looking for marriage, it won't happen. If you are a MGTOW guy, cool. But it won't happen if you are trying to look for marriage. I'm sorry. So you about to show people something?
Oh, that's one of the. I don't know if people can see that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, we can see
that's
it.
one of the photos when I was in. I wish I could blow it up. I wish I took the time out to blow the photos up. Uh, yeah. I've been drinking wine this evening.
You good,
Uh,
man? You
but
good?
but that's one of the photos of me in Jessup, Georgia. And here's the other one. I don't know if you guys can see it as easily or as readily. I wish I could, like I said, I wish I could blow it up and make it a little easier for you guys to see. But let me click on the next video. I mean, the next photo for you guys to see. Let me see if you guys can see that one as well. No,
Yeah.
you don't. Let me screen share that one. The next one.
The people are rocking with us though, man.
Oh yeah. Let's see. And you're making excellent points. Screen share, Chrome. And let's see, photo, not that one. Let me get
You want to know the crazy thing is?
uh-huh.
You want to know the crazy thing is, man? Like, the thing about it is that, like, people think like this is like a conversation that you and I never had. Like, we've had these conversations offline.
That's
Like,
true.
man, let me tell you
That's
something.
how this live came about.
Exactly. And I will say, and I will say that, like, yes, Dre talks a lot, but I will throw myself under the bus. But, like, he has a way of engaging people to also engage with him. So, like, he gets me to talk a lot. Because normally, like I talk to TMD, Taylor Made Dream, shout out to him, and I'll talk to him for maybe about 5 or 10 minutes. We good.
Mm-hmm.
Richie Mack, we may rock out for maybe about half an hour. You and
Right.
I, 90 minutes immediately.
Easy. Easy.
It's like I gotta block out that time. I gotta make sure, like, do I have a meeting at work? Like, I gotta make sure I'm good, man.
Somebody said Jessup GA country. Yeah. They had me like what 3 hours out of Atlanta? Like in Jessup, Georgia. That's deep south. That's deep south in the federal penitentiary. That's a Jessup, Georgia shirt. So if you can see it, it actually says Jessup on that actual
Is that
shirt.
is Yeah, but oh, Jessup, Georgia. Okay, I was thinking
Jessup,
about
Georgia.
Jessup. I was thinking about Jessup in Maryland,
No,
because they have
Jessup,
a Jessup
Georgia.
in Maryland. But but I think that's just like state though, right? That's not federal.
Yeah, that's federal.
Jessup in Maryland.
No. Jessup in Maryland, I don't know. That's probably state, but yeah, Jessup, Georgia. He says he's from Jacksonville, and shout out to Twan, and he said that his uncle from Jessup, Georgia. A lot of people don't realize Jessup, Georgia is the home of the original Pizza Hut. Jessup, Georgia.
Really?
Yeah, Jessup, Georgia.
Speaking of Jessup, Jew Travels, my man who's in Africa, he is from there, and yeah, man, he
Yep.
gets active.
Yeah. Yep. And so I was in Jessup, Georgia. Like I say, Jessup, Georgia. Oh, let me see if I can remember everywhere. Jessup, Georgia, MCC,
This
Miami.
is you right there.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh wow.
That's me. Those photos I just showed, those couple the other photo I showed was me too.
Oh wow. Okay.
I was 24 in this video. I mean, this photo. That's what blew me away when Jeffrey sent it to me. He just sent it out, I mean, literally out the blue a couple days ago. I was like, whoa. I was 24. My federal
Wow.
number 0301027.
Yeah.
And they told me, when you get locked up, you'll never forget this number, son. And I was like, whatever. Now I'm 54 years old. I have not been in a federal penitentiary in forever and a day. And I could still tell you 030811027.
Yeah.
And so at that time period,
Well, you,
that's when I was really I went in the feds, and I was like, I'm not coming back here, and I have to do something that would cause my life to not come back here. I was I'm gonna tell you something. At this time period, guys, I realized I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out in the 12th grade. That's how ignorant I was, because I was making that red money. We call it in Detroit, we call it red money. So, I was making that red money, not green, but that red money. It's got blood on it, right? So I'm making
blood
that
money.
red
Okay, you
money.
was outside.
Right. I'm making that red money. And so at the end of the day, I'm thinking, I don't need this. I can roll with it. And so at the end of the day, I sat back and I'm like, I'm making this red money. I got spots all over the place. I got spots in Indiana. I got spots in Cleveland. I got spots in Detroit. I got spots in Chicago. I'm the man. Then I
Yeah.
realized, like, man, listen, I'm not trying to go to jail, because all of a sudden in the 80s, late 80s, everybody's getting locked up in the feds. Everybody, Clinton and Joe Biden was locking them up. And so I said, okay, Dre, you need to sit your butt down somewhere. Take some of this money and go to school. You talented, you smart. You got all these workers. You go to school for business. And so I said, I'm going to, this what literally, this is my story. I tell myself I'm going to Atlanta to go to school, because remember, the episodes of A Different World was out at that time period, and all Morehouse and all that. I said, I got Morehouse money. They're gonna let me in. And so what ends up happening is, at the end of the day, shout out to Isaiah. He said Isaiah's in the building.
Oh man, yeah, man. Shout out to you. That's actually my son's name. My son's name is Isaiah, man. So definitely salute to you.
Oh yeah, Isaiah just dropped down in Cali today, so we're about to hang out this weekend. I got a salsa spot that I'm gonna take him and a couple other brothers. We're gonna hang out this weekend. He don't even know
you bringing him to the spot where we was at?
Yeah, man.
Listen. Hey, Isaiah, man. Listen, if they smelling funky, man, listen, just move away and just tell Dre, like, yo, we go to the other side, and that's that.
See, this what happened, Kings. I end up taking you. We're gonna go back to the story.
I wish I was on that live when you was cooking.
I wish you were.
Handling
Isaiah, he talking about the white tourists that live that stay in the brothels across the street from
because
the club. One of the clubs. See, I didn't get a chance to take you to the second club.
No, that's cool. That's cool. But the first
that was the watering hole.
Because you sent me the link that Friday, and I said, I ain't gonna make it.
So me and Isaiah and the other guys,
I'm a little bit busy.
Right. So we're going to the one club that you went to. Then we're gonna go back we're gonna shoot to the other side of the city and go to the other spot. So that's what we're doing mañana.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening, man, I got my life together, and I was like, you know what? I got this money. I got some arrests in Ohio at that time period, but it was nothing, right? So I thought. And so I said, I'm gonna go to Atlanta, I'm gonna go to school, blah, blah, blah. I'm on my way to Atlanta, and I remember, like I said, I had some spots in Indiana, and I knew some dudes, some cool dudes. I said, you know what? Let me stop in Indiana and say what's up to my boys. Then I'm gonna finish shooting down to Atlanta, right? Because I was driving down there at that time period, because I'm moving stuff down there and things like that. And man, I get down and dude, when I knew them was some corny Kentucky Fried Chicken drive-through working dudes, right? I'm talking about corny dudes. So I said, let me go hang out with my boys, because at that time I need some corny friends. I don't need everybody to be thugs. I need to balance it out. I'm a Libra. Balance it out. Give me some thug friends and some corny friends. Man, I get down there, man. Them dudes, the biggest ballers in the city. They said, damn, them chicken wings and buttermilk biscuits. I'm like, what? What happened? So I spend a couple weeks hanging out with them, right? Yep. Lo and behold, I kid you not. I'm walking down the street with one of my partners. He said, that's a Fed vehicle. I said, how you know that's a Fed vehicle? What are you talking about? He said, man, I know I'm sitting back thinking like, well, how does he know the Fed vehicles? 2 days later. 2 days later, we're sitting. I got a chick on my lap. We're sitting up there drinking. My boys sit and look out the window. He hear rumbling on the steps. I recognize the rumble because I know when the police come through the door.
Yeah, when they're about to knock down the door, right?
Right. Yep. I hear the porch, everything rumbling like an earthquake, but the house. We're watching MTV Rap. No. We're watching Rap City. We're watching Rap City in late 88, 89. The DJ Quick. DJ Quick had just dropped.
Okay, yeah.
Man, so what ends up happening is I recognize the rumble. I throw the chick off my lap. I'm gone. I'm through the kitchen. Feds come out the basement. They have been in the basement all morning. We don't never go in the basement. Feds been in the basement all morning. I get ready to jump out.
I've heard this story already. So
I get ready to jump out the kitchen window. Federal agent says, son, don't do it. I got federal agents with guns pointed to my back, and it's federal agents pointed to my chest outside the window. They were like, son, please don't do it. I was like,
yeah. I'm
it come to find
not
out.
A laughing matter, but every time that you say that to me, like you like, yo, like it's the way you say it, like don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it, son. Don't. And they both, all of you can hear. I didn't even look back at the officers that were talking. They were like, son, don't do it. And they were like, son, don't do it. They weren't talking like that. They were like, son, don't do it. You ain't got a chance. Don't do it, son. Please don't do it. And
like,
so,
you're gonna be effed either way.
Right. And so I climbed, dude. At this time period, I got 1 foot on the kitchen. I'm up. I'm standing on the kitchen sink, about to jump through the window. I didn't know they was already in the basement. They came out the basement. All they said was, son, don't do it. Don't do it. All of a sudden, I saw officers and dogs outside that window waiting. I was like, what? So, come to find out, they had been investigating them dudes for 2 years. I ain't had this is the funny part. I always tell people this, and I said this before. I didn't rape that white girl next door because I was downtown breaking in the gold store. Arrest me for my crimes. Don't arrest me for another mother's crimes. I did 10 years because according to the federal conspiracy laws, if you were there during the commitment of a crime, now mind you, if you were there when a crime took place, you part of the whole conspiracy. I was there for one measly transaction. Wasn't even involved in it, minding my own business. I'm drinking drinks, talking to females. But because I was in the building and did not report the fact that these gentlemen were having a transaction, the federal agent said, Oh, you're part of the whole 2 year. Every drug, every key, all this. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm on my way to Atlanta. Yeah, you on your way to Atlanta, MCC Atlanta. That's the only Atlanta you going to. I never. It was like 5 black vans, dogs everywhere. I don't know how the news knew about it. The news was out there with their vans. They got the cameras out there. It was, and all I remember was the I'm talking big, I'm big city. I'm used, I'm talking junk, right? Man, I remember the officer saying, son, you don't realize how much trouble you in, do you? And I remember when the indictments came out, 5 indictments, 65 years apiece. I'm looking at 65 years because of 2 years of investigation of all the cakes that these dudes had. I'm looking at 65 years at the age of 22 years old. 65 years. Fortunately, they couldn't make the gun stick. They were like, "Oh, y'all got automatic weapons in the safe upstairs." I'm like, "Why y'all keep putting me in this plural thing?" I don't know. Like I said, I was on my way to Atlanta. I ain't had nothing to do with this. Are you gonna snitch? You got the wrong man to be snitching. So let's go ahead and do this. Go to court. I ain't about to sit up and do all this snitching thing.
Right.
So you ain't gonna tell. No, I got crimes that ain't nobody tell on me, and I'm not about to tell on somebody else because they got crimes. I should have already been locked up if somebody was gonna snitch. People in all these other cities could have snitched on me a long time ago. So who am I to sit back and snitch on somebody else to try to get out of my situation? Because there's people in jail right now that didn't snitch on me. So I ain't about to sit up and snitch on other people. So, and I didn't have of course, I ain't had no shorties, and I ain't had no girlfriend. I ain't had no pressures like a lot of dudes, right? Because, a lot of dudes be like, man, you got kids, right? You got a girlfriend, right? Man, another man gonna be smashing your girlfriend if you don't snitch. That's how they used to do it. And you young, you think about another dude that's young putting good sex up in the anus of your girlfriend, and you start snitching. Right. Me, I didn't have all that pressure.
Yeah.
I didn't have all that pressure. So I'm like, man, I ain't about, let me get rid of this photo. Oh, y'all seen enough of that photo. Let me move over. So I'm telling myself, like,
listen, man.
So I'm telling myself,
I love that story though.
Yeah, so I'm telling myself, like, yeah, that is part of the story. So let me head back, I guess. Let's do it like that. Yeah, there we go. And so I'm telling myself, I ain't telling. I said, but if I find out who told, they dead. So I'm thinking that the dude who was part of it snitched. I say, bruh, I'm gonna go ahead and tonight, I'm gonna go into my man's room while he sleep. I'm coming with them pillows. He got to go. I think he the one that told. He wasn't the one that told.
Wow.
We go to I now fortunately I didn't go in there and get him. But come to think of it, come to find out, it was a dude got. Oh, I'm doing 10 years over a chick. It's always pointing back to a female. Man, dude, check it.
Yeah, man.
Come to find out that the dude
I know, and
go ahead.
My fault, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead and cook. But yeah, where you betcha, like it always points back to a female. That is, it's a hot button with me. But yeah, now go ahead, man.
So what ends up happening? I want to hear what you have to say in a minute. Do not forget that thought. And so what ends up happening is, man, the dude that snitched stole a car because his girlfriend broke up with him and moved to North Carolina. So he stole a car in Indiana, crossed state lines, that's federal. See, if you steal a car in your own state, that's state. You cross the state line, that's federal. So what ends up happening? The feds catch him on the way to go to North Carolina. They told him either you do a bit or you start snitching. So he started having a career of snitching. I just so happened to be in the room doing a transaction with them dudes. I ain't had nothing to do with it. I'm over here on this side of the room. They on that side of the room. Take care of business. It ain't my business. Man, they asked him who all was in the room. this person, that person, that person, that person. Also, this other dude, what was his name? Bam, threw my name out there. The whole indictment in court. My attorney, like, was he, the judge was like, was he there for this? No. Well, what about this? That 2 years, everybody was saying no, Mr. Spence was not there. One time, well, was he here on this date? Yes, he was. At that time period, conspiracy laws in the United States that were made for the Italian brothers and for the mafia and mobsters and for the big ballers, they could lock up everybody for just being there just being there. So what ended up happening? They locked me down for all my money that I had for college. That's used for attorney to get out of the 65 years. I'm supposed to still be sitting up in the feds right now, wearing that outfit that y'all seeing right now. That's what I'm supposed to be right now. I used my money that I had to get a 10 piece and a biscuit. We call it a 10 piece and a biscuit because when you get out, you're going to get probation too. You're going to get about 5 to 10 years probation also. So once I get out, I'm on paper for 5 years. But I got female, it's kind of funny because I had female probation officers. So I was hitting on them. I was like, come on, wait, listen. I got good sex and I'm trying to get out of these papers. What's up? Andre, stop it. Now, you know, blah, 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 blah. This is my career. I say, I ain't no snitch. I ain't gonna tell. But I didn't want to do. I didn't do nothing. I don't want to do no my probation officer. It just was that they were cool and they never tripped on me, whether it be traveling across state lines for a fundraiser. Because at that time period, when I got out, even when I was in the Fed, in this photo, few years later, this when the feds start, because I was doing so many things to help dudes in the feds that they start taking me out and having me go to high schools and junior high schools to public speak and at youth centers and things like that. Because everywhere in the feds, everybody was talking about this brother Spence. Dude, I kid you not, it was like I was on tour because I had been transferring every 6 months on purpose. In the feds, you could transfer every 6 months to a new spot. And so I was known in so many spots, like, hey man, it's this brother, man. This brother's about focus. Not like the Muslim brothers just talking about our history, but I was talking about future, like when we get out. And so it's this brother out here talking about when we get out. And so it got out. So before I got to different spots, police officers, the warden, everybody already knew who I was. So they were like, shoot, that's the brother right there. So when I was in the Fed, so somebody said in the feds, he was like, so somebody asked a question about like in the feds, was it dangerous or was it no? Dude, I was in there with Gotti when Gotti came through. That's how long ago I was in there. Man, when Gotti came through, man, it was hell. Man, I got stories for y'all. Man, when Gotti came through, it was helicopters everywhere. That's how we know. We like, man, Gotti coming through. Gotti, John Gotti coming through. Teflon Don. Man, them helicopters, because he was only coming for a couple of days. And because he had already been convicted, he's on his way to Colorado, the underground 24-hour torture chamber of the federal penitentiaries. Like you will never be seen again. Like you will die, never be. Your family you will never touch another human being in your life. You will never touch a guard. You will never touch your family members. If a family member come visit you, it's all on camera. You get a letter. You know, usually dudes get a letter that's got the smell of perfume all on it, like from their girlfriends. Like I ain't had no girlfriend, so I ain't getting no letters in 10 years, right? Man, so what ended up happening is, man, when you go into that Colorado one, ain't no smelling perfumes because they put they put the letters on a television monitor on the screen. That's the only way you see it. You literally lock down like 23 and a half hours a day. Like that, when they call that spot the Supermax, you are never to be seen again. It's as if you disappear, like you were never born. Like you were never born. So Gotti was on his way to Supermax when he stopped off when at the spot where I was in Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yep.
Oh man, dude, dude, I've seen
No,
actors.
I gotta, yeah, man, I
Go ahead.
gotta have some off the record conversations with you,
Oh yeah.
and I'm listening to you talk, but yeah, like I know, like one of my good friends who's Sicilian. Take that for what you will. He he's
I used to love them
he's
brothers. The brothers could cook.
he's he could cook more ways than one, and I'll
Oh,
just
no
leave it
doubt.
there. But I'm just saying, and I'll just leave it there. But yeah, like his family, his family like told me about John Gotti, about how it was when
Hmm.
he was in the feds, like,
Dude.
and this is a legit guy.
Oh yeah. I was in there with Colombian cartel dudes, Brazilian cartel. I'm talking about these are the
Yeah,
nicest
yeah, yeah. When you in the
old
feds,
dudes you ever met. Like you would never think that this nice old dude got 40 bodies under his belt. You don't think about that. You just walking on the track and you looking like you just
what
talking. Just
people, what not to cut you off, but I was gonna say what people don't realize is that like the most the most gangster toughest people are in the feds because they are money minded.
that's where I learned it
Prison
from.
prison is basically button pushers, and I'm not gonna say all of them, right? But it's mostly button pushers. But the brains of the operation is in the feds.
No doubt.
So what does that mean? So that means that, you know, if you in the feds and if you run that person the wrong way, he can have you set up and have your neck cut off, and he has nothing to do with any of it. And you can be
All
like,
he'll
you
do
know,
is he'll
yeah,
he'll
yeah,
send the money to the
yeah,
person's books.
yeah, your neck
He'll
is
send
sitting
the
on
money.
your.
He'll be like, you know what? Let me send the money to the person. He said, listen, I need something to take care of. I'm gonna send you so and so amount to your to this is what they used to do. They used to sit back and say, I'm gonna answer your question in a second, brother. Uh he said, this is what dudes used to do. White dudes, old white dudes that got that money, they'd be like, listen, I'm about to send 30,000 to your girl's books. I mean to your girlfriend or to your wife for your wife and the kids. I'm about to put 30 on your books. Take care of that. I kid you not. The white dudes that got it like that, man, man. They used to sit
And
back and
there's
just
nothing
act a
that they
fool.
can do. There's nothing that they
Nothing.
could do.
Cause
You
you know,
gotta be on board with it. 30
yep,
grand, 30
yep.
grand,
And they would.
and if you mess up the bag, man, listen.
Okay, I just sent your girl 30. She'll come up. I can take this 30 or she can come up missing with the kids. Which one you want? That's how them
Facts.
dudes be in there
That's
moving money.
that's that's you know, but no, but that's how it is, and I don't want to get too heavily involved because I don't want to throw my you know my guys you know
Right,
under
right.
the bus. But I'm saying like, but I'm just saying like, you know, I'm from New York, you know, that like people follow me what I'm trying to say. Like there are people that are with the shits and
Yeah,
like they
yeah.
know. And one of my best friends are with the shits. And like he don't play none of that. Like when he talks, it's happening. And Dre for him being inside, like I'm telling you, Dre probably got a lot of stories that a lot of you
Oh,
guys
I got,
don't want to hear.
yeah, I got crazy stories. But the crazy part was, for example, like the brother said, he said, did you meet Mike Tyson in Terre Haute? Mike was not in Terre Haute. Mike was in the federal. Mike was in the state penitentiary. What happened was
Yeah, I
this.
don't think Mike did Fed time. I think he
No,
did
he didn't do
state
Fed
time.
time. Mike was supposed to go out with, check it out. Mike was supposed to take his ass out to a club with Luke Skywalker. Luke had been hounding him all now. For those of you that don't know this, I used to live in Indiana, of course, at one point in time. Indiana has the Black Expo. The Black Expo is the United States' largest Black business convention. If you got a big business or small business, you are going to be a part of the Black Expo. Black Expo have concerts, shows, the fashion show, the Miss this, the Miss that. You see how I'm saying? Going back to Mike Tyson and the girl, she was part of she was a contestant. All type of stuff at the SPO. We call it in short, we call it the SPO. So anybody from Indiana already know it's a SPO. And so the Black Expo would be like it was the essence festival of business. Just in case give you a mindset of what was there for Black people. So that night after the voting of that contest, Luke was on mic all night. I read this in Luke's autobiography. He was like, "Listen, come on, Mike, let's go hang out." Blah blah blah. blah. Mike like, I don't feel like hanging out tonight. He said, "Man, come on, man, it's me, man. We in Indy, man. Come on, let's go." He's like, I don't feel like, because it's in Indianapolis. He's like, "Oh man, I don't feel like going out." He's like, "All right, man, hit me up later if you want to go out." He's like, "Okay, cool." Couple hours later, here come the chick knocking on Mike's door. And that's the history of it. If Mike, that's the part that really gets me. If and Luke said this in his autobiography, if Mike would have just gone out with me, he said, I even called him after we went out. Like, Mike, this is like when cell phones really start really like popping. And he was like, Mike, if you just come out with me, just come on out where we are right now, blah, blah, blah. And Mike was like, no, I'm good. And all of a sudden, that life-changing knock on the door took place. So Mike was in the Indiana Federal Penitentiary. He didn't make it down to Terre Haute. He didn't make it down to where I was. Terre Haute had the Terre Haute is split in two. Terre Haute has the camp with no fence, and it has the part that's fenced.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So let me say something here, right? In reference to what you just said.
Uh-huh.
Now, men, now listen to what Andre just said. Andre just said that Mike Tyson homeboy was saying, "Hey Mike, come out and hang out with me." No, Mike declined because he wanted to hang out with a woman and he wanted to get it in. Cool. I respect that. But the thing about it is that his friend left that door open, and his friend left that open communication. And also, there's an undertone of what Andre is saying, and maybe he may leave that because he wants to educate you guys when you guys are doing your one-on-one consultations. So correct me if I'm wrong, Andre. But what I would say is that there is an RP awareness when it comes to these situations. Because the thing about it is, men, there's going to be punani everywhere. And if you are if you are a man that's getting it in the matrix, you are a man that's going to triple and double it wherever you're at.
Easy.
Am I the best looking guy? No. But Dre can tell you, my woman is a baddie. But Dre's been out with me. He knows I'm confident.
Yep.
I have no problem pulling up on a female. What's up? What we doing? I don't run. I'm confident like that. And I'm not saying every man is confident like that, but this is why the RP awareness is so potent. SYSBM, I don't know if there's, I mean, yes, there might be a difference, but there's a lot of similarities, though.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, that is given. That's a given. I consider the only reason I consider myself SYSBM, Save Yourself Black Man, is because I was saving myself from being like the other brothers in the feds in the 90s. So when I walked, like I said, when I walked out the door, I was Morpheus. I wasn't Neo. I wasn't in the world or in the United States per se to be able to say, hey, this is red pill or blue pill. I mean, think about it. I was locked
How
down
many men?
when the
Sorry,
Matrix
not
even
to cut you
came
off.
out. I was locked
I
down.
know this is your show, but how
Go
many
ahead.
men? I feel so embarrassed, but I need to get this out. How many men can say? Because what you just said was so potent. I need to stress this. How many men can sit up there and say that they went into a situation where they were uncomfortable, jail or whatever it is, but let's just say a situation that they were uncomfortable, because not everybody's going to go to jail, right? But
Right.
how many men can sit up there and say that they were in a situation to where they were uncomfortable going in there thinking that they were Neo and came out Morpheus? I need you to drive that point home harder and further.
Because
Pause.
a lot of dudes sit back, and it's kind of crazy. I'm sitting back as you were speaking. I was sitting back thinking, like, how many brothers can I actually say that was Morpheus? And I'll tell you why I say that. The federal government has an 85% recidivism rate. Recidivism rate is mean the rate of people that come back to the feds, whether it be on probation violation, or whether it be you going for a new case and you violated your probation, so you end up getting a new case or whatever it may be. 85%, the system itself has an 85% recidivism rate. That means that they are building so many prisons and they're making so much money off your backs that it's 85% guaranteed that you as a person will go back to prison after you leave. They're gambling on that. There are prisons on the New York Stock Exchange right now. Prisons, private. I wasn't in there when it was privatized prisons. Privatized prisons came like 5 years after I left, and I was reading articles on these private prisons and these corporations that were buying prisons. But you're absolutely correct. And so my point is, you're right, there were very few of us that were either RP or even either SYSBM. And those of us that were RP that were like, I'll take the red pill because I want to know the truth. And there was some red pill brothers in there. Those red pill brothers, man, I'm talking about, man, listen, that's what feds caused me to fall in love with my Nation of Islam brothers, my Sunni Muslim brothers, my 5% brothers, my Shiite brothers. Shout out to them brothers. You talking about some knowledge that the Christian brothers wasn't getting? And you talk to a 5%er, or you talk to a Shiite, or you talk to a Sunni, or you talk to the Nation of Islam brothers, man, listen. That's when I became a pescatarian. That's when I started appreciating water. That's when I started noticing, them dudes taught me to read the back of a label. I wasn't doing all that prior to. So it wasn't just the getting my degree, and I left out of there with my 4-year bachelor's degree when I walked out the door. It was those extra little things. And then also, because I was transferring, I started to understand black men from Alabama. I was starting to understand black men from El Reno, Oklahoma, Allentown, Pennsylvania, MCC, Miami, black men from Milan, Michigan, black men from Lexington, Kentucky, black men from Jessup, Georgia, and Atlanta, Georgia, black men from all North Carolinas. I mean, dude, my first flight ever. Think about it. I'm 22 years old. First flight is club fed flight. They shackle you they put a box. One side of the box is your arm, the other side of the box, you like this on a plane. That's it. If that plane go down, ain't no holding nothing, because they got your feet shackled and they got your arms shackled in the box, the black box. So you got a black box right in between here, right here. And so you got the black box. That was my first flight ever. And you 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're sitting back thinking like, wait a minute. Okay, why are all these officers out here? Like, one of us is going to run. You're thinking that It's to protect you from running or keep you from running. The reason the feds have so many police officers and the reason why they fly at 3 o'clock in the morning is because the dude that's behind you snitched on somebody that got 30 shooters. And so the feds got all the police officers out there to keep you from getting your head blew off because they trying to blow that because the person's people are in the back. The dude that's walking behind you with shackles on, it's 30 people in the bushes trying to blow his head off. You don't know that. So now the federal agents got all these officers around the around the airplane. When you land, it's like that. You land, you fly from Jessup, Georgia to Reno, Oklahoma. You landing, black box, and police everywhere. And you're thinking like, they must think somebody's gonna run off. And it take you a couple years to find out. No, they ain't thinking about somebody running off. It's dudes in the bushes ready to shoot the dude that's right in front of you, the African dude, them dudes just a snitch. The African dude that's snitching to get back home to Africa because they tell him you got 25 years, but if you snitch on 25 people, we'll let you out in 25 months. You like, what? You mean I could be back in Africa in 25 months if I snitch on 25 people? Yeah, I know I got 25 years. Man, them African brothers, boy, what? They used to snitch. Them African brothers used to snitch on dudes they ain't never met in their life. Yes, he sold me 20 cakes. He sold me 100. Man, I know African dudes, man, I know African dudes that walked in the door in September with 30 years, walked out the door in December on their way home back to Africa. They don't care nothing about you, brothers from the States. They don't know you. They snitching on everybody. Never met you a day because the feds would be like, we don't have no proof that this brother is the kingpin of New York. No proof. So we gonna lie. We need somebody that can lie. African dude, yes, sir. Can you lie? Yes, I can. Go on the stand, will lie on that brother from New York. That brother from New York got 82 years from a dude that he ain't never met in his life. Never met in his life. Somebody ask a question real quick. Oh, I got stories for you guys, for real. Somebody ask a question. I ain't gonna ride the whole boy. If y'all want to hear some stories, I got some stories for you. Okay, here we go.
No, no, I have not necessarily a rebuttal,
Go
but
ahead.
I have a response. I would say.
There we go, brother.
Man, listen. If you guys are not following Andre, follow him. Follow his channels. Follow his page. His email has been dropped. If you can't get his email, hit me up on Instagram and I will get his email out to you. I'm not gonna give you his WhatsApp because he not with that. You know, if you don't rock with him, that ain't gonna happen. But on a serious note, get his email, get his information. This man is dropping gems. And I poke a little bit at him when I say, "Oh yeah, you know the red pill awareness," and you know, like honestly, this is just a conversation between brothers, bro.
Actually, it is. You're right.
It really is because the thing about it is that like you know, there's always outliers in everything, right? You know, SYS, BM, save yourself, black man. Okay, cool. I get it. The only difference between that and red pill awareness or red pill men, at least for me, from my standpoint,
Mhm.
is that like the aggressive push for men to travel. Outside of that, look at how Andre carries himself. You know, he takes care of it, he takes care of his physical, he takes care of his mental. His woman follows him. not agreeable, follows him. Get your shit in order, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man, but I need to say this. Get your shit in order, man. Pardon my language, bro.
Take your time, brother. I'm with you. You know me.
Right. What is your channel? You can curse all you want. But in all seriousness, like, men, get your stuff together. And you wonder why she's not following you. Gotta have a plan. Gotta have resources. This 50-50 BS is not going to
No,
happen.
no.
Hypergamy, it is what it is.
Shout out to hypergamy. I'm 100% with it. 100% with it.
And I'm with it, and I'm with it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with it as well. Um, here's the thing, right? Like, I got a lady that my lady in Colombia, my
Mm-hmm.
lady in Medellin, been
Mm-hmm.
rocking with her. She doesn't ask me for anything. Now she wants to learn English, right? And I've been paying, for her to learn English, and it's
There
only
you
what
go.
30. It's only $30 a month, but it's cool. But I pay the school. I don't even give her the money. So it was one guy, like, this guy, Khalil Dardry, or whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was calling me a simp, and he was on Philly Dom channel, and I wanted him to get online when I was live with Philly Dom. Here's the
Shout out
thing,
to Philly.
his yeah, man, Philly's my man.
Oh
Philly's
man.
my man. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
he's definitely gonna be on my next big panel. I love Philly, man. But the thing about it is that, like, on all seriousness, I don't run from smoke. I'm not a fake guy. I am truly authentic. Like, you can ask Drake. Like, I've been around Drake before I was on YouTube. I was around Ace. I just talked to Ace a couple hours ago. Before I was on YouTube. Flyboy's my best friend. Like, I don't
My
have
boy
time
Wayne.
to fake with people. I'm legit. What you see in person, I'm sorry, what you see in camera is what you going to see in
Mm-hmm.
person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have no time to cat.
That's true. That's so true, man. That's one thing I can say about you is I appreciate the authenticity that you present. I'm not just saying this on camera, for the audience, because it's late at night, we've been drinking, blah, blah, blah. No, no. You're a real dude, man. I kid you not. And
Thank you,
that's
bro.
one things I love about you is you are a
Please do,
side of New
baby.
York that is refreshing. You are the articulate black man, accomplishing black father that they don't present in the movies or television shows in New York. They always talk about New York in the barrios, in the projects, blah 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 blah. And you may have come from that arena, but you don't carry yourself in that arena. And it's the same thing with me. And let me hit this brother's comment because it was a good. First of all, I like the title of your fun in the sun, man. Love
Hit
that
up
title.
yeah. After this one, hit up Prophet Don Omar's comment.
Okay, cool.
Because I want to answer this on air. And shout out
Okay,
to you, Prophet, Don Omar. You my man, so has nothing to do with being disrespectful, but, like, I want people to hear my response.
cool.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with this one.
Okay, we'll hit up Don Omar in a second. Cool. And shout out to my man. First of all, shout out to my man from Naptown, Indianapolis. Shout out. I know he's from Nap. Shout out from Nap. That's what's up. And he know about the SPO, the Black Expo. Okay. Okay, Fun the Son asked a question. He might be asleep by now, but shout out to you, Fun the Son. Were the feds as segregated as they make it? Or you speak how the races intermingled or not? Yes, dude, when you in the feds, all that black, white, dog, that's just done, dog. You got a couple old. it was more about age and generations compared to black and white. Like you got the white boys on the basket. See, you watch the movies, man. They make it seem like the brothers on the basketball court, the white boys over in their little corner. Then that's the movies, man. Man, in real life, man, please. If you had skills as a black dude, you was on the basketball court. If you had the skills as a white dude, you on the basketball court. Man, football season. Some of the most fastest. I did not know speed, like real speed. And I'm talking about, I'm from Detroit. I played football in Michigan and so forth and so forth. I didn't know real speed until I got down to the South where them Southern boys were. I'm talking about, you like, that's my first experience of, them brothers down there got jets in the South. I don't know what they feeding them boys. Black dudes, white dudes, football. Man, we all waited for football season because we knew we were gonna see some games. Yes, there was a football season in the feds when we sit back there and watch them dudes play. Man, listen, we're talking about dudes that got locked up that were pro football players. I was in there with, you know who was my closest dudes? Art Schleister. Some of you dudes know Art Schleister. He was the quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. He had a gambling problem. He got locked up in the feds and kicked out the NFL because he was gambling on games while he was playing. And my man could testify like, that was my dude. You talking about NFL quarterbacks that got arms and aim. And that was the first time I realized, and I saw Tom Brady do it too, that quarterbacks are some of the best players on the basketball court that you will ever see. Because that arm is so used to being precise, it doesn't know anything else. That arm, their throwing arm is the same motion that's used when you shooting a 3-pointer. It's the same motion. And so they're so used to being so precise with receivers. Man, you put a quarterback on a basketball court, man, I was seeing man, NFL quarterbacks killing it. I've met linebackers, linemen. I've met dudes that were part of Ponzi schemes, of multi-billion-dollar Ponzi schemes, real estate schemes. All these dudes I learned investment from. I've learned options from. I've learned how to purchase real estate. These dudes literally introduced me as a black man to a whole different genre of being black. And these are white dudes. I learned Toastmasters in the feds. I'm still doing Toastmasters to this day. I was a Toastmasters, our region president. In 2019, I just won for public speaking. As much as you can see, I talk. I just won Toastmasters, a regional. I won the city, and then I won the local. I won the local, and I won the city, and then I won the regional, and I was on my way to nationals, and I lost for the nationals to my boy. That's my dude. So I was happy for him. But my point is, I learned all this in the feds from these white dudes. When no brothers coming to the Toastmasters meetings, and here I come. Well, dude, I'm in there with dudes that were the descendants of Adolf. I'm in there with Adolf people. Now, mind you, the descendants and the kids and the grandkids, they 50, 60, 70 years old, and they telling me these old stories of Adolf. I'm like, your uncle was I know who he was, but let me tell you some stories. So that's how I was in there. But so it was not like in the movies, all like, yes, and brothers only hung out with brothers. That's stateside. Stateside brothers did that. I mean, in other words, the state dudes that were doing stateside time in that state. Like if they're doing time in Indiana, or if they were doing time in New York, if they were doing time in Michigan, in Jackson, in Jackson, I think it's Jacksonville, Michigan. Yeah, or Jackson. Those were those dudes doing state time in those movies, like Oz and all those other movies. Yes, that's state. In the feds, man, please, them dudes still cared themselves like there was money. They still carried themselves as they were in the feds doing 3 years, 5 years, 6 years. Like, man, this dude stole $5 billion and he doing 3 years. How the hell he doing 3 years stealing $5 billion and I ain't do nothing. I got 10 piece. But like I said, I learned to shut up when them older dudes came to me and they was like, young blood, because you really don't want to talk about the time, but we playing cards and I was cool with them. Young blood, how much time you got? I said, I got 10 years. Them old dudes were like, oh man, he about to get out of jail. They were saying it to me as if I was getting out tomorrow morning. I was like, what are y'all talking about? I got 10 years in here. Dude, I just started my bid. I wasn't even 6 months in. They were like, oh man, he getting out, dog. Man, get this damn young boy out my table playing spades, man. He about to get out. I'm like, what are y'all old dudes talking about? Until they told me their numbers. 62, 71, double life, triple life.
Jesus.
52. My partner, one of my closest partner, they gave him he wasn't even selling no more. They gave him a year for every year he was alive. Judge said, how old are you, son? He said, Your Honor, I'm 24. Bam, 24 years, give it to us. He hadn't sold a thing in he owned several beauty salons. He hadn't sold nothing illegal in 6 years. But the one thing about the feds, I'm gonna tell you something. States, they coming in banging on doors, they kicking in doors and all this stuff. Feds, come on, Andre. What y'all talking about? Come on. I'm married with kids. I'm a pastor of a church. Come on. I know, I got you. But I own 3 grocery stores and I helped the president become president. I know we followed you. We've been following you for 15 years. Come on, Dre. We need another body in here to make money. Come on in here. Come on, Dre.
Exactly.
Feds
They
ain't
don't
no
care.
doors like that.
They don't care. They don't care about your status politically.
None of
Doesn't
that.
matter. And jail is big business. For people who don't realize that, jail is big business.
Big business.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to assume, and I'm speaking through you and to you respectfully, brother. But this is probably one of the reasons why you was like, I need to get the F out of here because I know my worth. And I don't want to sound like a Me Too movement because no, I'm definitely RP aware, right? But what I'm saying is that you knew once I'm out of here, I'm going to cook. I'm going to find my own lane.
Yeah.
I'm going to cook up.
I was more or less like,
and maybe a 9 to 5 for a little bit, but I'm going to find my own lane. For people who don't know,
like I did.
Sorry, let me just finish off. For people who don't know, this man has 5 YouTube channels and is about to start 2 more.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Man, listen. I don't know what else to say.
And the reason why I share this, I like what Professor Omar said. He said, man, this ain't my lane. I'm just observing and learning tonight. And I love the next comment by Mr. Spacely. Shout out to the Jetsons. He said, Professor Omar, I'm saying, bro, I've been speechless for about an hour now. I love the fact that there are Black men out there that didn't experience what I experienced. And I love the fact that you guys appreciate the fact that I've evolved from that moment. And that's what Kings and Dreams talks about in regards to, and that goes back to our topic in regards to the red pill versus the SYBM. The only thing I say about SYSBM is in my case, I was aware before I had the choice of a red pill. I didn't know it was a choice of a red or blue pill. all I was thinking about was save yourself, Andre. Andre, you can't come back here. You can't live this life again. You're a better man. You deserve better. Remember, at the end of the day, you're talking about they incarcerated a kid that was on his way to Atlanta to go to college. They didn't incarcerate somebody who was out there thugging and wilding and things like that. They incarcerated this young 22-year-old kid that was on his way to go to college and do some amazing things. So when I sit back and I hear a professor and I hear Mr. Spacely say, hey, bruh, hey, I can't relate. I love that. But I love the fact that you guys respect me enough to sit back and say, Dre, I would have never imagined these stories that are coming from you. I would have never thought about these type of stories coming from you because of how you carry yourself. I honed this, Andre, while I was in the feds dealing with this scenario. It's kind of funny. Me and one brother said, we were like, okay, we've been in here for 4 years. We learned our lesson. Can they let us out? And we were like, no, you still got 6 more years to do plus probation. So even though you've changed and you've evolved, you still are incarcerated. The other thing is, I was in there long enough to realize I used to sit back and say, okay, thugging and making that red money ain't for me. Okay, cool. It might be for the next man. I had to be in there long enough to where I realized at the end of the day, it's not good that society has put any man in that position. I'm going to repeat that again. So It's not fair that society has put any man in that position. Any young person that was out there in the 90s and I wasn't out there in the wire, and these kids were in Baltimore living the wire life in the 90s, and the kids were in New York. And a lot of people don't realize the guy that wrote the book wrote the movie and the book for
The Wire.
No, not The Wire, but New Jack City.
Ah, yes, yeah.
New Jack City is actually
Nino
in
Brown,
Detroit, even though he wrote it as a New Yorker and sitting around New York. I knew that I was in there with the brothers, the actual Neos of the movie New Jack City. I was in there with them dude. Hey Kings, you would have laughed. After all the thugging and wilding that these dudes was known for, how come these dudes were three brothers actually? They were only 5'2", 3 brothers that were known as, they owned all these apartment buildings. In the movie, like in New Jack City, he did it just like in Detroit when he came out there interviewed. It was all in buildings. They had all these work. I'm like, and I'm looking like, because I'm hearing these myths of these brothers. And man, I meet them and I'm looking like, these can't be the dudes. These dudes got bodies. These dudes making hundreds of these dudes they were the first ones that were throwing money off of buildings. No, these dudes took boxes upon boxes of $1 bills in downtown Detroit, paid security to let them on top of the largest or the most known bank in Detroit. These dudes took boxes of $1 bills and just threw it in the air over the largest bank in Detroit, downtown. Bruh, I'm like, y'all asking for it. These dudes were making it rain when there was no such thing as making it rain. And so we hearing about then the movie New Jack City had came out, like after we all locked down and everything. But to sit back and see, like, so it's y'all three, huh? Just y'all three from Arkansas that moved to Detroit. So y'all three returned Detroit.
Yeah. It's you, It's you, Reggie, and
right. So you
okay? So let me ask you this. Okay, so let me ask you this.
Dude, like I told dudes, I'm playing spades with my spades partner was Jesse Jackson brother, who looks just like Jesse. He said
Oh.
he telling me stories about when they used to run trains on Shaka Khan. Dude,
Oh, Nelly.
hey, dude, I'm in Chicago with the El Rukian brothers.
Shaka Khan used to.
What,
All
man?
right.
You know, Shaka
We
Khan back in
gonna
the day
talk
was
offline.
fine.
We gonna talk offline. We gonna talk offline.
Man, them dudes
What?
used to have me rolling with their stories.
But bro,
I'm like, what? You
okay.
mean let me record Shaka Khan? Shaka, that's all I want to do. Man, we was rocking Shaka Khan back in the day. What you talking about? What you talking about, man?
All right, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
What do you think that RP awareness means to you? And also double, not necessarily a double, but what does RP awareness mean to you? And then also, what do you think that it means to men in general? So solidify yourself in that question, and then for men looking outside of yourself.
Let's go with the second one first, to men. Then I'm going to go back to me. First of all, RP awareness means that you realize that I cannot depend on society to make me the man that I deserve to be. I'm going to repeat that. RP awareness means I cannot depend on society, corporate America, even though you still got your job and you make it. Some of you dudes that need to be RP, you make it $200,000 a year. The funny part, if you trusted you enough, you'd have been making $500,000 a year, if not $1 million. RP awareness means I appreciate what society is doing for me at this point, but it's not doing what I'm supposed. Some of you dudes, you're making $200,000 a year in corporate America, and it's been something in you that's been churning and grinding for years. You're saying something is missing, and I'm not talking about traveling or passports, but you feel like something ain't right in my life, dude. Take it from me. I was making, now I'm not balling like you. I wasn't balling like you 200,000, 300,000 dudes, but I was making 70,000 a year as a black man. I'm making way more than the average black man. I got a house paid off in the suburbs of Tampa. I'm driving a $70,000.
But you was making 70. But you was making 70 in Florida.
Right.
Yeah, so you was cooking, bro.
So
like there's a difference, and I'm not trying to cut you off, get your cook on, but here's there has to be context to what you're saying, because you're not making 70,000 in Brooklyn or Harlem or Manhattan. That's New York. Go to West Coast. Now I'm making 70,000 in LA. Like you're making 70,000, where you were at in Florida. That's nothing to sneeze at all. Like if you would have said, "Oh, I'm in Hollywood," I'd have been like, "Whoo, that may be like 35K, the equivalent, because of the taxes."
That's what I was thinking.
Right? My fault. Go ahead, bro.
So at the end of the day, like I said, red pill awareness, you realize that you're like, okay, I got the red pill. I can sit back and let corporate America feed me. Buy my time, buy my life energy, and then I can retire. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. Some of you guys have been working at your jobs or working in whatever situation for 25 years. You like, I only got 2 more years left. I'm with you, brother. Or you got to take care of the kids. I'm with you. I don't have any kids to take care of, so I can make some moves for Andre, right? So I'm with you guys. But then it's the red pill that's right here. That's right here, waiting for you. To at least give you the option. And some of you are scared of the red pill because you're scared to see you got options. That's the one thing I can say about a lot of dudes. That was my gift to me in the feds. I wanted to show myself I had options. You could go back to the streets and be street, or you could go back to the streets and be better. But at least Andre knew he had options. A lot of dudes in the feds, they got out, and like I say, 85% recidivism rate, they went right back in for one reason or another. They didn't think they had any options. They really didn't think. They thought once they got out, they had to go back to what they were doing 6, 7, 12 years ago. The same thing. But for me, that's why I say I'm more SYSBM, because I discovered before I noticed a red pill or a blue pill, day one, Dre, you can't be like everybody else. Like the one brother said, he said, Dre, you are a unicorn for sure. Unfortunately, most people, you're right. Unfortunately, most people end up going back into the system. You're absolutely right, brother. Most people do, without a doubt. Shout out to my brothers that's on lockdown and my sisters on lockdown.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I try not to. I knew that I couldn't be like other brothers. That's what I'm saying. My SYS was I wasn't saving myself just from the United States way of doing things. I was trying to save myself from how the thug life of the Black community did things as well as the United States. So the Black community was putting down brothers that was living the episode of a different world. I'm like, I ain't going back to jail. Let me go ahead and go to college while I'm in here. They
Right.
At that time period, Pell Grants were free. You can go to college for 4 years and walk out with any degree that you wanted. Man, I'm about to get this degree. Y'all crazy. Y'all go ahead and gamble, man. I got homework to do. So I'm doing the homework. Spiritualization. I can sit back and be like, I ain't going to that mosque. I ain't going to that church. I ain't going to that synagogue. Man, I'm in the synagogue. I'm in the church. I'm in the mosque. I'm trying to get the inner Andre together, like my Sunni Muslim brothers used to say, or my more science brother used to say, with the Mose, yeah, the Mose. Mose used to sit back and say, Dre, don't walk in your lower man, walk in your higher man. So I had to learn the difference between that. I was walking in my lower man. Now today they call it, the young people call it the lower vibrations and the lower energy. But back in the day,
Yeah.
it was like walking in your higher self or your lower self. I learned that from the Sunni Muslim brothers. So I mean, for the more science brothers, and the Moes were the ones that invaded Italy, and that's why the Italians got that kind of like undertone of darker complexion, because the Moes went and just ran through Italy, especially Sicily, and impregnated all they little women. And now you wonder why Italian people don't look as white as those in most of Europe, but Italians got such an undertone of a slight tan. The brothers ran through that. And I'm talking about ran through. So at the end of the day, these are the lessons that I learned from all these brothers that caused me to say, and they all saw something in me that was greater. That's the crazy part. White dudes came to me, got some greater in you. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Thug brothers were coming to me, hey, bruh, yeah, man, you about to do some big things. I'm like, okay. Regular brothers, the nation brothers was coming to me, hey, bruh, you about to do some big things, my brother.
Yeah, you are.
I'm like, okay, so I'm looking at all them odd, like I'm just like the rest of y'all. Think about it, I'm a 26-year-old kid. I go in at 22, I'm 26 when I'm starting to hit these dudes. Like from everywhere I go, dudes are telling me. I never was that dude that was not a leader in the feds. I always was a leader, and I wasn't a leader by way of violence. People would hang around me because they were like, dudes used to hang around me in the feds to keep from getting their ass kicked. I kid you not. I knew it.
I'm sure.
I'm
sure because you got away with words, and
they were like, Brother Spence,
and this is your, and this is your channel.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let me cook up. This is what I have to say for people who don't know Andre. Andre has a way with words, and he will push you
Ooh.
in the right direction, and he will ask you those burning questions. Hey, brother. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing with your life? Or what are you doing with your channel? And he wants to he wants to want the best for you. So make sure that you are putting yourself in the right direction. And this is why I say, like, Andre's RP aware. Now I get what you're saying, where you come from,
Mm-hmm.
the Morpheus catalog, if you will, right? Because before it was a red pill or a blue pill. But the thing about it is that when I think about red pill, I'm thinking about men that establish the alpha mentality, and we don't apologize for it. We know
True.
we know what is expected of us. We know what is supposed to be brought to the table. We are not a BSer. We are not one of those. I may think and maybe no, none of that. No, we know this is what we are going to do.
Mm-hmm.
We have a plan. We are executing that plan. If that plan doesn't work out, okay, we got a plan B. None of that, him and a horn. None of that. No. The woman lean on us because we execute that plan.
That's
You
so true.
execute that plan. I see your work. And the thing about it is that for people who don't see what Andre got going on, I'm looking at it. I'm watching it every time. This dude will hit me. Oh yeah, I'm live right now. I'm like, I'm already there. I'm like, yeah, I'm there, dog. I watch it.
I like what Professor said. And we're gonna go down in the comments. Shout out to you guys that have been here. We're gonna be another almost 20 minutes, almost 14 more minutes. Because I want to let you guys get some sleep, and I got a consultation to do in the morning, and I got to get my nails done. Brother got to get his nails done now. Andre got me, messing with her. Brother got to keep his nails looking good. Colombia women, you got to smell good and look good. So hey, and so
I don't
Professor
know.
Omar, I know, right?
And Kay hasn't tripped on me about my nails, but she does like my smell goods though.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt, man. Man, we bring scents. We bring scents and colognes from the States. Oh yeah, tonight's cologne
But she
is
like my drip though. It off the record. I just love the dress, bro.
of
Like
course.
this is this is like man,
Man,
this is
please. You between you
this
and Flyboy Way.
oh this is a Tom Ford vest, and this shirt right here is Balenciaga, man.
There you go.
My drip is oh part of my wrist.
There you go.
Oh, this is a Rolex.
Keep that
But I'm
Rolex
just
up.
saying, like, yeah, I don't I do this. But you know that I
You're a
do
hard working
this.
brother too.
Huh?
You're hard work. You put in the hours, man, to do what you to get to it, be able to appreciate and do the things what you do for you and your little man.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, man.
You put in the
I work like
hours.
80 to 90 hours a week, bro. You're right. I do this, bro. I do this, man. Because the thing about it is that, like, we can't work, and I know you want to close things out, but we can't, as men, we can't, and women too, for the single moms. But for men, I'm an advocate of men. We cannot work this hard to sit up there and think that we are going to live in a mediocre world. This world has pushed us, especially men that look like you and I. This world has
Mm-hmm.
pushed us, degraded us, and disrespected us. And I don't care. Me personally, I'm coming there with my Gucci on and I'm flexing. Now, would I recommend people traveling like that? No. Gotta have a wolf. You gotta have a wolf pack around you because that's when you get the scopolamine and dopamine and all
That's
that.
true. That's
You gotta
true.
have the muscle though. You gotta have the muscle around you. If you don't have the muscle around you, don't do it.
That's what's up.
And I'll leave it
Oh,
there, man. I love you, bro, man. But go ahead, man. Close this
I
out.
love you too, brother. Seriously.
Absolutely, man.
Okay, let's go back to Professor, and then we're gonna work our way down. Professor says, shout out to Professor Don Omar or Profe. That's what I said.
Profe.
Profe. You see, I got that E right, Professor. Profe. Uh, some of us
Profe.
have to take a tougher road to build us. Yeah, to build us for the adversity, that we detest or destined. My bad. That we are destined to face later in life. That's true. That's absolutely true. I agree with you, one hundred
Yeah, I think
percent.
that comment might have been a little bit more directed at me, but yeah, Profe Don Omar, you my guy, man. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, the thing about it is like this, and I don't want to dominate the conversation, Dre, but I think that this was more or less directed towards me, and not like
Uh-huh.
in a disrespectful way. But
Well, I don't think so either.
yeah, no. Profe's my no, that's my guy.
He's a
But
good
the thing
man.
about it is that like as men, we have to build before we become. And what I mean is that like we have to build ourselves up. So we know that there has to be that weight that is going to be on our on our shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to accept it. Do we like it all the time? No. And this is why we want that feminine, beautiful, submissive woman to where we come home and it's not ESPN first take. Because I know if Andre was coming home and Andrea was, trying to be on some Stephen A. Smith shit, like Andre would be like, nah, I'm out. And I don't judge men, but I'm saying like Andre's not an ugly guy. You know what I mean? Like Andre
Man,
would be all right. I'm
man,
just saying.
when Andrea comes through, you kind of remind me of when Andrea comes through the door. We're gonna get to the comments because I know we're winding down in 8 minutes. When, I have never seen Andrea come through the door and not be like, "Where's my baby? Where's my boo? Where is my blah blah blah? Where's my," and I talk about with some energy that's, dude, uh, I am still trying to, brothers. It's late at night. Can I talk to y'all? I am still trying to get used to this niceness and sweetness that Latin women outside the United States bring. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. I ain't used to this. I am not used to a woman that's, dude, in the late night hours, wake up, give you a kiss on the cheek, and then go back to sleep. I'm not used to a woman that's that. Dude, I've been with Andrea 5 years, married 3. I am still trying to get used to a woman that brings me a plate of food and a drink that she prepared, and then she comes back afterwards. After she'll come back and be like, "Oh, you're not done eating yet? I'll be back." I'm not used to that. And then we'll come back 15 minutes just to get the plate and the drink. I'm not used to that after all these years because I've been tarnished with dealing with relationships. I wouldn't even say sisters because I dated everybody in the States. I'm I'm still so tarnished by the women in the States that I don't even understand what it's like to have a woman that has a career or at least a job to spoil me. Oh, that's the funny part. We call it spoiling it. They call us, that's what we do. Now,
Right.
mind you, has Andre had breakfast in bed? Many
Red
a
pillow
day.
wear, man.
Many a day. I always give Andrea breakfast in bed. She loves it. Andrea, I wake up, baby. I got the little cart right here, the little bed cart right. I bring because she deserve it. The flowers, she deserve it. All those things. How much is that purse? Get it, girl. Go and buy that purse. I don't care. Get that purse. Do you? Because those little things. So my point is that guys, man, I'm just telling men to men, I'm still trying to get used to this. But there's a statement that I want us to go to. Professor Don Omar, we went to that one already, and Joe, really want to get to Joe's statement because it was a really good question that Joe said. Let's get ready to go to that because I don't want to be too much later, guys. Joe said, wait a minute. Oh, well, that's one statement Joe said. He said I worked in prison throughout California. And one of the main things I tell men to do is to travel when they get out. Brother, if you don't preach, travel when I'm going to tell you something for real. I'm going to tell you what we used to do to the guards. And I think King's heard me tell this before. Y'all prison guards, we used to eat y'all alive. First of all, I used to call y'all hack.
Yeah.
A hack, man, you ain't nothing but a hack anyway. Hack is nothing but what was it? Let me see if I can get it right. HACK. Oh, I got it. Hack.
Yeah. But
Hired.
but it's kind of like a band. Like a BAN.
I got it.
You know what the BAN acronym stands for?
Yeah, I didn't know what the band was. No.
H Bay.
Man, you might as well, man, as late as it is at night, go and throw it out there.
Man, bitch ass nigga. That's what I mean.
Oh, see, okay.
Yeah, bad. Yeah.
What a hack, and they used to hate, man. I mean, you a hacks, man. Y'all tripping. Hacks was hired asshole carrying keys. That's what.
That's all
you used to hear. So man, you ain't but a hired asshole carrying keys. You ain't but a hack anyway. So man, them they used to be white boys. No matter who it was, but like, see, you acting like a hack right now. We used to tell the white police officers like now you want to act like a hack right now. Oh man, you going to the hole? See, that's some hack shit. You ain't nothing but a hired asshole carrying keys.
Okay.
Hey, see, I was talking to that, and dudes be saying it subconsciously, and they be like, "Well, what happened?" I was talking to that hack. You was talking to who? I mean, that officer. You know, because you start calling them hacks, right? But let's go back to the statement. He said, what we used to say. We used to talk about police officers or people that volunteered to be correctional officers like this. So you volunteered to be incarcerated. What are you talking about it? You are putting in so many hours in here. You locked up with the rest of us. You just got a uniform on. We used to tell them that all the time. You ain't no different from us. We better than you. At least we did some crimes to get in here. You volunteered for a paycheck to come up in here. You came up in here 12 hours a day. You go home to sleep and to smash and come back into prison on purpose. We used to tell the warden that. Warden, how you gonna be putting in 25 years doing this? I couldn't warden. I'd be back doing some illegal stuff before I ever wardened. How you gonna come here and spend the rest of your life like you treating prison like it's a nursing home? You gonna die by the time you leave up out of here, warden. You out your right hand mind. You ain't gonna become a senator. You ain't gonna run for mayor. You ain't gonna be nothing important. You a warden. The only people that think you important is us in here. Lock him up. Okay, and you still gonna be in here. Hey, I'll be in a hole and you'll still be out there doing prison time just like I'm doing, warden. Unless you quit your job. Oh, we used to kill him. Because we used to be like, how the hell you volunteer to come up in here? You volunteered on purpose. Shout out to prison guards. Shout out to Joe. But we used to kill him. Like, how the hell you volunteer? You got hired and you filled a job application out to come and be in a prison. And then because there's not enough police officers or enough hacks, you had to work extra hours. That means you only had a few hours to be free before you went to sleep. You was on furlough. You was the only difference between me as a prisoner and they let me out on furlough, and you is you getting paid to be a prisoner, and I'm not. So we used to kill A-Bud. You used to kill him, man. We used to kill him on that one. Okay, let's go. I like this one also. This is a good question. If you both, this for both of us, could redo the first 3 to 6 months in Colombia, what would you do differently?
If I could redo the 6 months
I know my
in
answer. My answer
Stop
was easy. Go ahead.
well, for me, so I look at it kind of like a long, not necessarily like a long. I guess like hmm. All right, you know what? Let me stop BSing. And let me just answer the shit.
I know
All right.
mine. Mine is simple. Y'all, most of the people in here know mine.
So what I would do? Okay, so what I would do different? In my first like 4 to 5 or 6 months, I would say that I would probably more or less kind of focus on a business, to a woman.
Mine.
I
Go ahead.
did
Go
find
ahead.
a
Go ahead.
woman. I did find a woman, but
Fortunately.
it took me about 3 times to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And just in case you guys wondered if Kings and Dreams woman fine, she fine. And I'm talking about fine, fine. Even Andre was like, she fine. Andre was like, oh my God, she fine. You can
Man, come
Andre was like,
on, man.
that's
What are we
Medellin right
doing
there.
here,
As
bro?
soon as I showed her pictures, Andre was like, yeah, that's Medellin right there. You could tell. Andre said everything about her says Medellin 100%. I was like, okay. See, Andre already know I got a crush on my favorite crush in the world is a Medellin woman, and it's Carol G. That's my girl. Outside of Carol G dyeing her hair blue, I'm like, Carol, really? You want to do that to us? What about our love, girl? Carol, don't do that. Carol
Yeah,
G is like J Lo when she was young. She's the new J Lo. So just in case you wanted Carol spelled with a K. Mine is in my first 3 to 6 months, I would have took Spanish more serious. I
mm,
really would have taken Spanish a lot more
that's a great
serious.
point.
When I
Yeah,
sit back and I see some of the brothers that really master Spanish, or when you guys come down here and you sitting next to me and I'm kind of fiddling over my Spanish, and then all of a sudden you be like, what he's saying is, and you hit it with the Spanish, and I'm looking like, yeah, that's what I was saying. And I'm like, Andre, I really wish you would have took Spanish more serious when you first came down to South America. Not just Colombia, but really so. That's my answer right there. I wish I would have taken Spanish a lot more serious. I'm 5 years deep. It's not too late, but then it could be too late. And so I don't want to take it for granted. So that's why I really started reaching out to other people that can help me with my Spanish. We're actually Andre is going to go to school for Portuguese at the college. I'm going to school for Spanish at the college. So this is what we're working on. But at the end of the day, that was my thing, Kings. I kid you not.
yeah.
That was a good question.
No, I completely agree, because the thing about it is like we we want to figure out what is the best way as men how we can move along, right? And
Mhm.
so like when we have like these questions as far as like how we as men, how we can move along, it just is what it is. Sorry, not to ramble on, but
No, no, I'm with you, brother. And so we're at that point in this great question. Yeah, yeah. Somebody Donna Mar said that was a great question that he asked. I mean, really, when I saw that question, I was like, that's a good question. And I had my answer. I was
if
like, bing, I already knew
Andre
what it
can
was.
redo his first 3 to 6 months, anything that you would do
Yeah,
differently?
yeah.
Probably not.
I would. You know what? The only thing I could say was Espanol, and and what he did. This is a fun in the son's second question. The first time he asked that was about both of us. He said, if both of you, and I'm going to put up there. He said, if both of you could redo your first 3 to 6 months in Colombia.
Now,
What
when
would
he says both of you, does he mean me and you, or is he talking about you and Andrea?
me and you?
Oh, uh,
And you answered it. You answered it in regards to so, or maybe you got a different answer. Like I said, mine I knew mine was easy. Mine was Dre. If I could go back, I would really took Spanish a lot more serious earlier than sitting back force feeding it now. Like you gotta learn Spanish now. When you
I
first
would,
come, it
I
is
would
more like
say, I would say understanding. I would say understanding the real estate a lot more.
mm, mm,
Not
mm,
saying that I haven't had any, not saying that I haven't had any problems, but like I'm not like in the US, you have a lot of flexibility. In Colombia, you got to move to their standards,
true.
and I am not a very patient person. I am off the record. I am pushy. I'm aggressive. Like I'm, you know. So for those who don't know me, like I was top. So when I play football, they have like a top 100 in the country.
Hmm.
I was top 10 in the country, and I played middle linebacker. So like I
I can
was,
see that.
yeah, yeah, I was, yeah. I wanted to hit. I was active. I'm with the ish, if you will. So, like, long story short, I like quick results. I like quick answers, and when I don't get quick answers, I get annoyed. I'm learning to be better with that, though.
Hmm. That's what's up. And it's kind of funny that you would say that. I'm learning to. My number two answer would be outside of Spanish. I'm kind of learning to be patient. It's kind of funny you would say that in regards to being patient with the people because it is a different environment and it's not you and I used to be from the big city, so we're like, come on, let's go. What are you doing? What are you holding up? Let's go. But
Yeah.
Colombians are like, hey, really all of South America. Hey, take your time. Where you going? You got somewhere to be?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh man, when I was flying back, right? Like this one guy was like, oh, um, I gotta wait 1 hour, in order for you to get your COVID test. And I'm like, listen, I gotta get on a plane in about 90 minutes. So I'm not gonna sit up here and wait.
Right.
Dre, I'm not gonna hold you. I was about to hem this man up. I was on some I was yeah. It was that type of time. And
Right.
the thing
Right.
about it
Right.
is that I have a wolf pack with me and Medellin. They was they ready to get active. If I say we gonna get active, they gonna get active. I'm gonna just leave it there.
Right.
So
Right.
so basically it was kind of get down or lay down for that particular gentleman.
I need them results, man.
And he got down. You understand?
Here you are, sir, kind sir.
Listen,
All right, great, great.
but if I didn't have that type of pull, I would have been stuck.
Yeah, you would have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to and I'm not proud of it, but it had to get to that level.
Well, you and I, it's getting late. It's raining here in Cali, and and it rains every night in Cali over the last couple of weeks. We're going through. I forget is El Nino or El Nina we're going through right now. But
El Nino.
so at night it just rains here. And so I know there's a couple of cities that go through that. Fortunately, it just happens at night where everybody's asleep and then rain washes away by the time you wake up. But man, this has been an excellent late night live stream. I'm going to break this up into 2 categories of 2 hours. And man, I'm glad you guys already know, subscribe to Kings and Dreams channel. We're going to be having some more guests. And I'm telling y'all something now. I'm gonna let y'all know now. We got some sponsorships coming up for our dental. So our dentist is she's gonna be sponsoring the channel. So you're gonna be seeing some commercials from her. At the same time, we are not just gonna be having some brothers that are brown on this channel, because there's some white brothers that's trying to use their passports in a positive way too. So at the end of the day, make sure. But don't sit back and think I forgot about cologne of the week. Yeah, cologne of the week is just a small trouble.
Let me see that Creed. Oh, hold
that
on.
Creed Silver Mountain.
I'm gonna buy my thing. I say that so.
The Creed Silver Mountain. Guys, make sure. I'm not about to put nothing on because I'm about to jump in the shower. But make sure.
Yeah,
no matter where you go, you got that Creed.
I know Richie Mack. I know Richie Mack would love to hear that. Because Richie Mack put me on the spot. He's like, "Oh, I love to hear the Jamaican accent." I was like, "Bro, don't put me on the spot. Just let me do it when I gotta do it."
Right. I can't wait.
Man,
even when you're around me, you so used to just being who you are that it's a couple of people that I know that are like you, that their family is of Jamaican descent. Even like Nicki Minaj and other people that are of Jamaican descent, that people don't know that they're actually of island descent. KRS-One, Biggie
Nicki
was.
Minaj is the Trinidadian, but
yeah. So they don't know that they're of island. A lot of people don't know that they're of island descent because they're in the States and just like you. But then when they get around their own people, it's like they're like, okay, this is what we're doing. Okay, I can be myself now. But I'm about to sit back and chill. I'm going to let Kings and Dreams relax, enjoy the rest of his weekend. I got a couple brothers that are down here from different locations. I got consultations to do this weekend. I got emails to respond to. So at the end of the day, guys, we appreciate you for being with us on Love Crossing Borders to this end. Andrea will be with us with Andrea Wallace TV. Make sure you guys subscribe to her channel because she's focusing on her 4,000 watch hours. If you have already watched Andrea Wallace TV, Wallace is WALES TV. If you've already watched her, watch another one of her videos or just let it run. Just let it run so she can get her 4,000 watch hours. She's so close. Bless her with doing that on Andrea Wallace TV. Just hey, you pull your cell phone out and just let it run. You pull your computer out, and even if you're not in the room listening to it, just let it run so she can get her hours in. All right, guys, we'll talk to you later. Once again, this is Love Crossing Borders. And make sure you subscribe to Kings and Dreams. At the end of the day, man, we're talking about some great content that will help you out when you are enjoying your journey or coming to your journey to Colombia, especially to Medellin.